Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Elden Ring. My name is Cowdog. This is episode 4 of the complete Sorcery playthrough. We're going to be doing Liurnia of the Lakes. So, at the end of the last video, I was going through doing the editing, and I realized I actually had forgotten to fight the rune bear in Weeping Peninsula and check in with Edgar and Irina. So this is going to make what I said about Hayete a little bit even more strange, because she's up there right outside the back entrance of Castle Stormvale. And she's also dead on the ground right here. So very, very strange. Anyway, Edgar, talked to him. He says he wants to get revenge, etc., etc., etc. Alright, and the rune bear, actually right here. Go fight that guy right now. So we are currently level 30 at the end of Stormvale Castle. Still using the Meteorite Staff, Crimson Hood, all of this stuff staying in light equipment load. I was using the Blessed Dew Talisman to keep my hit points topped off during that clear, but I'm going to actually switch back. Actually, I'm going to use the Erd Tree Favor, I think. Excuse me, just get those little extra bit of hit points, magic points, and stamina. Currently rocking 4 heal potions and 5 blue potions. Should be more than enough for most things in Liurnia. Although I probably will change that back to 3 and 6. 6 potions is more than enough for almost anything for the first half of the game. Okay, here's the cave that I skipped. First thing we have is some cracked ground with a chest. This is a trap. The floor will actually fall out beneath you. You can jump out of it if you are very, very quick, like so. And then down below pit, there are actually giant rats. I like to throw a light stone down there so you can see that one immediately. Leave him alone for now and head around the long way. So the rune bear boss up ahead does not actually have a fog wall, and rune bears, up until now, I've been showing you ways that you just cheese the fight. This time you can't. You have to actually fight it straight up. Carrion Slicer is your go-to. Your overall strategy is you want to stay as much as possible right up underneath the bear's belly, bear hug, as it were. Oops, forgot there was 2 more rats. And by staying under the belly, you're going to be safe from a lot of attacks. Now, not all of them. There are a couple of dangerous attacks you need to watch out for. The first one is, of course, the very quick crouching attack, where it launches forward in a small lunge. It can do this up to 5 or 6 times in a row if you're not careful. Fortunately here, we can start the fight with the sleeping bear, so we're going to get some shots off. The other attack you need to watch out for is when it raises up on its hind legs and crashes down. This will create an AoE, and sometimes this is also a grab attack, so you do need to dodge to the right on that one. The rest of them you're going to have to get used to, but there are some quick slashes that he does. Anytime you find yourself directly in front of the bear, you probably want to either get close or get to the left or the right. So let's go ahead and fire this up. It's the lunge and the grab, which, as you can see, it still hit me even though I was behind the bear, so you have to dodge it no matter where your position is. It's kind of silly. There's that grab again. And again with the grab. It's a quick lunge. Quick lunge. You can also run away from the grab if you're far enough. The unfortunate drawback of staying up right next to the bear's belly is that the camera does sometimes fight back against you, so... But, not too hard. Even when you get hit, it's not devastating at this point. And that Spelldrake Talisman will come in handy once we get up to Liurnia, as there are a lot of magic-using enemies up here. Okay, so first thing I think I need to do is get all of the map fragments, so we'll start with that one right there. Actually, I skipped some NPCs. Head back here first. We do need to talk to Hayeta. She is an NPC which is involved with the Frenzied Flame ending of the game. Throughout Liurnia, she will ask you at various points to get her Shabriri grapes. These are human eyeballs that have been shriveled up. Unfortunately, she is blind and does not know what she's asking for. There'll be a funny little interaction later on where she realizes and decides to puke. I guess it's not really that funny. So the eyeball is gained right here. I grabbed it on the way out from Stormvale last time. And you bring it back here, and then you of course give it to Irina. She gives you the one of the gestures. It says, "May the blessing of the fingers be upon you." Oh. A Bach here, as always, will alter your clothing. And over here we have Tops, the apprentice sorcerer.
You can believe it on for a...
So he will tell you all about how to get into Raya Lucaria. You need a glintstone key.
Apologies, I'm afraid. Oh, right. I can tell you, you've seen that. That's the only it's no after they dig the academy, as you might have guessed, making entry and so on. When they come, wine without one, and you'll never. And if you want, would you consider?
Tops also has a quest which finishes up inside Raya Lucaria Academy. And also sells some very, very basic sorceries. So the two starting sorceries for the Astrologer, and then Starlight, which is literally just a light spell. Since we have a lantern, I'm not sure why you would buy it, but if you want to use it, then go right ahead. Now, earlier on in the episode 1, we did grab, I believe, unless I'm confusing it with another run, whoops, we grabbed a spell scroll from right over here. Nope, I guess I was confusing it with a different run. So, one more scroll to give to the Turtle Pope. And a very small camp to clear out. Now, this is a good warm-up for Liurnia, because what it's going to do is show you that your spells are not killing things quite as easily. A lot of things have many, many more hit points in Liurnia, because it is a slightly higher level zone. So, you're going to need more spells to kill each target. Fortunately, we have more than enough damage and spell points. He's going to walk right in. Oh, I thought the pillar was going to block it, and that was good. That potion he throws prevents you from using, I believe, your healing flasks if you get hit by it. It is, as far as I know, the only place in the game where that effect happens. Maybe in the DLC. Oh, looks like I'm going to have to give the soldiers 2 fully charges and 1 quick. There we go. Okay. All of that. Actually, let's get the map first, and then I'll start showing where the clears are. The merchant down here we've already talked to many times. We picked up the lantern and the recipe for the crystal knives. There won't be anything else that we need from this particular merchant. So up ahead, the map fragment is guarded by these four-armed crawly dudes. They will leap at your horse and hit you 3-4 times. It's kind of annoying. If two of them hit you at the same time, chances are real good you're going to be dismounted. But fortunately, they have not very many hit points. Alright, so map fragment clear. Alright, we talked to Tops. We grabbed the scroll, and we're heading up the road here to a site of grace and a very, very nasty opponent called a Royal Revenant, which, similar to the Rune Bears, can be cheesed. I will show you how. There is also many, many, many other Royal Revenant encounters later in the game, which you will not be able to cheese. By that point, you should be much more powerful and be able to be much better equipped to handle them, though, so nothing too scary. Okay, so up ahead in the Laskiar Ruins, you want to stay out of the middle. There is a guy there, and if you go anywhere near him, that Royal Revenant will spawn, and you do not want that. So, snipe him from farther away, and then more will pop up out of the ground, and you can slice at them before they have a chance to do anything. Sometimes the terrain doesn't cooperate. If you let these guys go long enough, they'll start spamming homing spirits at you. And when there's 4 or 5 of them all doing it, you can very, very quickly get overwhelmed. Okay, so how do you fight Royal Revenants? Normally, the easiest way to do it is to equip a Sacred Seal and the Heal spell, and you can literally kill any Royal Revenant in the game with 2 casts. The first one will stance break them and do half their hit points. The second follow-up will, of course, do their other half of their hit points. We are playing Sorcery. We don't have that. So for us, it's best to cheese. Now, the guy spawns there, and he hasn't become aware of me yet. You can just leave. You don't have to fight this dude. If you decide to, he cannot come inside this gazebo area here. That doesn't mean he can't hit you. He has lots of long arms, and he has poison. So be very careful when you go to do this cheese, because it is not perfect. He will also teleport around sometimes and disappear into the ground. But if you do it right, you should be able... Oh, there he goes with the teleport. If you do it right, it should go something like that. Alright, a couple more items here to grab. Down in this cellar, there is the bell. If you've played Night Rain, you may be familiar with this bell. It allows you to summon those homing spirits. For us, the damage is not anywhere near what our spells do, so it will not be useful for us whatsoever. Alright, going back to the portal. This one will take us right outside Rea Lucaria. On the map, you can see we went from all the way down here to all the way up here. And our second map fragment is right here. A couple of things to get along the way in the town below, so let's go ahead and do that now. Don't forget to activate the Site of Grace after teleporting. Otherwise, you will have to come back and do it. This item up ahead in front of the gate, I will leave just until I get the map revealed, because it is actually a hint on where you can find the glintstone key that you need to get into Rea Lucaria. And without the map being revealed, it's a little pointless to to have that little picture that it gives you. Alright, let's see if these guys are dying in one hit. Nope, looks like 2. Now up ahead, we have a flame tank. With a melee weapon, these are actually relatively easy to kill. Simply walk up behind the guy piloting in the back, and you critically hit him, you stab him in the back. With spells, we don't have that option because we don't have crits, so we're going to have to get creative. Once it notices you, these things are very, very good at circling to keep you in front of them, and you don't want to be in front of these guys because it will just constantly spam fire at you over and over, and sometimes it will just try to run you over. Now, you can get a few initial hits in with glint blades, but you're going to end up using Slicer to finish the job. So, just constantly sprint behind, get in some hits. You can just shoot these things from the front with magic glint blades, but and if it does that, you need to just get away. You can shoot them in the front with magic glint blades, but it's very similar to enemies with shields. It's going to block most of your damage. The weak spot is the guy in the back. Okay, a couple more items to get here, a couple more soldiers to take out. One here and one right here. I should probably equip the sacrificial axe since I'm killing so many enemies. Once again, back to medium equip load. A little unavoidable. While we're waiting for this guy to get shot by the glint blades, there's a small shield, the blue and white shield, back around the corner here, guarded by another soldier. All set. And there's actually one more guy right here guarding, of all things. What do they call them? Fireflies, I think, or glintstone flies, or something like that. Glintstone fireflies. Okay. Down the stairs, shockingly, more soldiers. And still plenty of potions left. Plenty of soldiers left, too. And he blocked some of that, unfortunately. Okay. So, all of that is cleared out. More items here. This giant crab, you probably actually... He moves around. Sometimes you want to just stay up here on the railing and shoot him. Either way, you do need to get him out of the way. He will attack you while you're minding your business, trying to get some items. Smithing stone 2. So, we got poison pods and we have a scarab up above. Now, the only way to knock this scarab down is by equipping a bow. You can't actually target it, or you can't actually lock it with a target. You do need to shoot it with an arrow. So, Poison pods you can poison, like so, and it will actually poison all of the surrounding enemies, which in turn will cause the other pods to do this. Okay. Knock this guy down from above. Carrion Slicer. The charge 4th Ash of War. Next up, we're going to grab another Golden Seed. Right around the corner. There we go. What's next? Dialos will be around here somewhere. Oh, that's right. We got to clear out these guys first. So be a little bit careful with these guys. They are generally kind of slow, but the guys with the staves and the polearms will often use ranged attacks, and the guys with the swords will do cartwheels into you. Kind of silly, but also kind of cool. Oh, there we go. It's the spit. Sword guys, of course, have a shield. Combinations of Flint Blades and Slicer are more than a match. And there we go. More Arteria Leaves. And a recipe, if I remember right. Yep. Oh, Golden Seed was right there. And Dialos is right there. So his servant he was looking for earlier is found dead, presumably killed by the recusants of Volcano Manor that he claims. That's pretty much all there is to that. So as you can see, all of these are kind of in a straight line, boom, boom, boom. And then you can head down and grab the map fragment. There are a couple other extremely minor items. There's like a weapon grease, and I think like some, maybe a Somber Stone 1 floating around in the rest of the ruins. Go pick them up if you want to. I think they're kind of a waste of time at this point. Okay. So, now that we are cleared here, I'll go grab that item that I was talking about earlier. This is the hint for where to get the glintstone key. So you can go in your inventory. I believe it's right somewhere. There we go. Meeting place map. So you can see the academy right in the middle, and then a bunch of X's showing you where to go. That spot is actually just right here. There is a giant dragon that resists magic damage guarding it, however, so we'll come back to that in a little bit. In the meantime, grab some items, some runes, and there is a Knight's Cavalry right here to fight. So be very careful when you are running around exploring in Liurnia. Oftentimes there will be giant lobsters scattered in the most random places. Oftentimes they will pop up out of the water, so this one's pretty obvious. You can see it right there. The next one is kind of hidden. They look like logs sometimes. See, he popped up right behind me there. And as always, these things will try to shoot you with their spit. This is a sniper rifle like that. It does a lot of damage and has insanity levels of range. You will think you're out of range. You're not. So be very careful. I might get picked here while I'm running away. Hopefully not. I'll run in an arc. We talked about the hot air balloons already. Yep, there's that spit. More than half my hit points. Hot air balloons, when you hit them with any damage, will pop and give you a golden rune 6, which is 2,000 runes. Our Site of Grace. This way we can set it nighttime, so we can go fight the Knight's Cavalry. This is another one that has a polearm. None of the Knight's Cavalry ever do anything new. They don't ever get new abilities, so if you fought one or two of these before, this fight is going to go exactly the same as all of the rest. Lantern, Wondrous Physic. Hopefully get some opening hits in with Magic Glintblade. He's moving surprisingly quick though, so I may not be able to hit with all of them. Especially when he dodges. So same tactic as before, stay on the side that is not the weapon. Most of his attacks, again, pretty large telegraphs. At this point, I think we've fought 2 of these guys already before, so starting to get some pretty good practice. Don't get greedy. Usually when you take damage. Alright, knock him on the ground, chop him up with Slicer. Good to go. Now the Ash of War he drops is the Ice Lance Ash of War. Very, very good magic-based Ash of War that you can put on polearms and spears, throwing it at enemies for ice damage. It's probably actually one of the best Ashes of War for polearms and spears in the game. Roll with a bazillion hit points. Hopefully I can get a stance break on him here. These guys summon these annoying uber blades. They can be very irritating because they'll hit you and knock you off your horse. But otherwise they do the same thing all of the trolls do. More should do it. Okay, up ahead we have a bunch of enemies fighting a bunch of soldiers. These are, I don't know what to call them, ghosts, I guess, spirits. They should all die with one hit. You want to evenly space out between taking out the soldiers and taking out the wizards. So just ride around, taking them all out, one at a time. Oh, he managed to survive. Okay, so let's make sure to keep track of what we have cleared, because there's a lot of stuff in Liurnia to clear. Alright, next up, Site of Grace. We'll head down here to these ruins, grab another eyeball for Hayata, and give it to her right here, and then head up to this tower right here. Don't forget to grab the Lucerne. It is kind of a garbage polearm. It has a very good moveset, though. Unfortunately, right here in Liurnia, you'll also obtain the Knight Rider Glaive, which is pretty much better in every single way. So, not sure what the point of some of these weapons are. Alright, 4 flasks. Go ahead and take a rest. I'm going to set the number to 3 and 6. Stick with whatever you're personally comfortable with. Watch out for the patrol. There's also a couple of dogs in these ruins. You always want to take those guys out first. Hopefully one spell does it. Nope. There we go. Everything else in here is resting. You should be able to just run right up on and put up the slicer. There's that dog. And lastly, one more soldier. So, the spot we want is right here under these boards, hidden away down here. We've got a talisman for +5 to our faith score, which you may need to equip if you want to use the heal spell against the Royal Revenants. And a Shabriri grape. It's grape number 2. Grab some runes. And fortunately, Aeta is right here.
Hello, would you donate? I'm on a pill, and when I eat, you're not. They rest there, howling. They're frail, but you are most. May the blessing.
Okay. Done and done. We'll grab this item here and then head up to the tower. And once again, you're going to need your bow, or if you want to use poison daggers or craft a poison pot, that works just as well. This gazebo up ahead has some smithing stones, and it is covered in poison pods. Four arrows. While we are waiting for those to all explode, and take out this one. And there might be one more on the other side. Yep. Alright. Smithing stone 2 times 3. If you, for some reason, needed to find upgrades for your staves, Liurnia has a lot of smithing stone level 2. Okay, run past all these guys, but watch out for this wizard up at the very top. He will shoot down on you. Make sure to get these wizards, because they will shoot you while you are trying to climb up the tower. Another one over there, but we can, I think, come back for him in a second. Alright, perfect. So along the way up here, we're going to grab our first offhand staff. That is the Carrion Glintblade staff. Somewhere. No, I'm sorry. It's up at the top. Not on the way. The Glint Blade staff will increase the damage of our Carrion Slicer and our Magic Glint Blade. No, I'm sorry. Glint Blade... Oh, wow, he fell to his death. Nice. I'm sorry. The Glint Blade staff increases the damage of Magic Glint Blade. The staff that increases the damage of Carrion Slicer is called the Glint Stone staff. The Carrion Glint Stone staff. So, boosts Glint Blade sorceries. So... we've switched now from using the sacrificial axe to an offhand staff. See if I can bring that equipment load down. Probably not. Oh, maybe. There we go. Light equipment load. Can I still get the hat? No. Okay. So we're running bare minimums here, but the efficiency now of our spells should be a little bit better because we're getting that passive bonus every time we cast a Glint Blade. So this is very, very good. Alright. Done and done. Next up, we're going to head grab some silver foulfoot here, some more poison pods, a site of grace, another smithing stone, and our last teleporter, which will take us up to the final map fragment up here. Now you may notice next to this site of grace, we have Hyetta is here again. Unfortunately, we don't have a third Kiburi grape for her yet. That last one is actually over here somewhere. And I'll point it out when we get the map revealed. Okay, silver pickled foulfoot, short-term buff that increases the chance that items will drop when you kill an enemy. Very, very good for farming. And once again, many, many poison pods. This time I'm not going to set them off. It is kind of funny sometimes to watch, but it is ultimately a waste of time. They are not worth hardly any runes to kill. Okay, the gazebo up ahead is guarded by a lot of, or I wouldn't say a lot, but one of those large plants. These guys, unlike the previous plants, don't use poison as much, but they do use lots and lots of homing missiles. So they start out with poison. Instead of the nuke from orbit, they do the spam of homing missiles, and I should be able to show you here after it's done being burnt. Nope, he's going straight for the poison again. Oh well. Don't worry, we have plenty of these things to run into throughout this area. Like so. And it starts spamming these missiles. Now, you can outrun them on the horse, but if you are actually going to fight them close up, you need to get directly underneath the plant. Don't try to run around and shoot at it. Just get up and use Slicer. Get off the horse, please. There we go. Okay, final map fragment. So the third eyeball for Hyetta is found in a shack right here. Far, far away from her location. Alright, we are here. Let's grab a Site of Grace, just in case. If you need more runes, the island right over here with the puzzle tower is surrounded by those hot air balloons. But I'm going to actually head up here to these ruins. Talk to E.G., the blacksmith. I will grab the plus 10 intelligence not tier for our Wondrous Physic. This is an important part of our build. And then grab some Site of Grace and, I'm sorry, a Somberstone 4 and then a Site of Grace. So for the time being, I'm going to go around these ruins. It is full of invisible wizards that shoot spells at you, so it's not very fun. Jump over this gap right here. Do not fall. So when you're talking to EG, you'd have to just make sure that you clear all of his dialogue out. He will oftentimes pause for no reason. You just have to keep poking him.
Raise territory. When the real after Levacarian, I conjure that is why, unless you wish. Lie quite a rare, perhaps he's at any rate. I've of the engine, whatever you.
So the item he mentions about that it might be useful is this, the Carrion Filigree Crest. Lowers the FP consumed by skills. This is referring to Ashes of War, not spells. Unfortunately, no discount on spells for us. He can also, of course, upgrade your staffs. Do not waste any of your runes upgrading your offhand staff. You do not need it to get the bonus. Alright. So, we're going to hop down right over here. And along the way, there are these creepy hand monsters. If they jump at you while they're in the air, they actually are immune to damage for some reason. There are small ones, and there are very, very nasty big ones. All of them are vulnerable to fire damage, so if you want to carry around some fire arrows or a fire pot, if you hit them, these are all viable tactics. The big ones like to hide under the ground. You can see him right here. His tips of his fingers are sticking out. Let's go ahead and show what these guys do. Now, they also are very fast and like to grab you, so make sure, if you can, to kill them as quick as possible. If you can't, you want to try to get behind them if possible. But the item we just grabbed was the plus 10 intelligence for the Wonders Physics. So as soon as possible, I'm going to slap that in. Probably in place of the stamina, since I've got a fair amount of it at this point. Boosted by talismans as well. There's a Somber Smithing Stone 4 and the Site of Grace. Intelligence, not tier. There we go. Okay, so let's see, what next? I guess we'll start at the bottom and just start clearing out. So we have a Everjail here, a cave, the tree spear, the great spear down here, and another cave right here. Got ourselves a big jump. Oh! Landing right there on the Everjail. The guy in here is a human-type NPC invader. Spams very large fireballs. They're relatively easy to avoid. We're going to use our normal tactic of just running away from him, shooting glint blades. But we also have more intelligence now, too, so we're going to do more damage. This guy will auto-dodge your casts, so make sure you only do 3 or 4 before letting them fire. Otherwise, your later casts will cause him to dodge your first casts. There's that big fireball. If he gets this off, you can avoid it simply by sprinting away. Do not try to run up onto it and dodge roll. It's usually a mistake. Alright, all clear. Alright, Poison Cave next. Everybody's favorite. Fortunately, this cave is a little bit easier to avoid getting poisoned than the previous one that we did down in Weeping Peninsula. Keep in mind your Wonders Physic is available. The regeneration effect will perfectly counteract the amount of damage you take from the poison. It even has the exact same duration. So, other than that, we have lots and lots of Mushroom Head wizards that spit poison, and lots of bats. Everybody's favorite trash mob. Alright, see if one fully charged Glint Blade will take this guy out. Nope, looks like we need a backup. It is fairly safe to ignore the enemies down below. You will not need to go down there for anything except one rune. And that item, as soon as I'm done dodging here. There we go. That item right there is, what is it, a golden rune too? Let's grab it real quick. Very quickly run up here. Across. Perfect. So up ahead we've got a couple of bats hovering over a poison pool, and a new type of bat. This is a harpy type character that will use sonic attacks and poison and all sorts of nasty stuff. So I'm going to hopefully take her out before these guys become a problem. Make sure they get killed on the way down. There we go. Alright, looks like we may have to, yep, the fight. Alright, pretty easy. The good news is when you kill them, they drop those golden rune 6, so they are worth a lot more runes than just the kill gives you. The Sage set, nothing special about it, no bonuses, it's literally just a different colored cloth set. Oh, there's another wizard. Oh, got a little bit greedy there. And then, of course, bats on the ceiling. These guys don't hang around on the ceiling long enough to snipe, unfortunately. Everything else you should be able to just get with Slicer. I'm going to go ahead and activate the Physic now to hopefully top off right before the boss fight. Now, the reason why I do this is because the boss fight itself, the entire floor almost is covered in poison, so I would much rather have that regeneration effect already ticking by the time I go in. Now, the Clean Rot Knight that is the boss, its primary attack is to block a lot and then counter hit you. That, of course, won't be a problem for us because we have Magic Glint Blade. The only attack you really need to watch out for is the rushing stab, spear, grab attack. This does a lot of damage, throws you up in the air. Hopefully, we won't even have to deal with it because we will just do enough damage from range that it will never happen. But if it does, you want to sprint towards the enemy and, oops, and dodge past them. Everything else you can just outrange. So, not too hard. Winged Sword Insignia is bonus damage based on multiple hits in a row. Very good for dual wield builds, but nothing for magic whatsoever. Alright, fill up those. Some of those. What else do we want? Maybe a couple more fire arrows and marker stones. Okay, So, we've done this jump already. It's pretty easy. Just go straight off here. Single jump. And then safe to drop down from anywhere at this point. Now, the tree spear in the chest ahead is guarded by a troll. You can take him out if you want. In fact, it's probably recommended just to be on the safe side. Trolls are always worth a decent amount of runes, and they are very easy to take out with glint blades. It just takes a lot of them. Alright, tree spear. Very, very good. Great spear for shield poke runs. Oh, this dungeon sucks. Let's go. So the reason I say that is because it is full of omen. Those are the large ogre-like characters. They have lots of hit points, are generally very aggressive. They do not get staggered by Carrion Slicer. So what happens is it ends up costing a lot of spell points to clear the entire dungeon. I believe 6 potions should be enough. Just to be on the safe side, I'm going to actually drop that up to 7. And healing potions down to 2. Again, do it right. Probably shouldn't be getting hit very much at all. So hopefully this will not be much of an issue. Where am I at still? Level 30. At this point, I think I'm going to actually jump up to 35. Just to be on the safe side. Alright. 1, 1, 1, and 2. I should really bring endurance up to equal to 9, but that's okay. Alright. Flasks. 2 and 7. Let's go. Now there are some imps here that will try to trick you and trap you, as is pretty normal at this point for catacombs. Nothing that is going to really prove to be a problem, though. Alright, so we got one here. There's another one right around the corner. Fight this guy one at a time. Looks like one doesn't kill him, so we'll have to finish with Slicer. And it's 3 slicers per imp, so damage is not quite as much as I would like, but I'm also limiting levels. You will probably actually be able to clear this place with a bit more efficiency. Okay, this guy ahead has got a greatsword. They like to slowly run at you. You can, same as always, just wait for them to attack and then sprint in. This one is waiting for you later in the dungeon. Try to ambush you, so best to take him out now. Boom, boom. Very good. Now that one is walking away. There's another one on the ceiling. We can actually get him to drop down and then use the trap against him. And the one around the corner will still be there, so just be aware of that. Is. And our first omen of the dungeon, sleeping right there. We're going to get maximum range. Use your fully charged cast. It's probably going to take 5 or 6 to actually kill him. Oh, and I lost target on the last one somehow. He's doing a little dance back there behind the wall. Why something that big gets to automatically dodge, I don't know. FromSoft loves to make things unnecessarily difficult. That's all I can say. Okay. Another omen and lots of imps up above throwing fire pots, or magic pots, I mean. think I'm going to rush these guys with Slicer, probably the best way. Wait until they throw and then go in for the hits. Perfect. A rune arc. More imps up ahead. There's a guy hanging off the ceiling. That's one of the helmets similar to what EG is wearing, the giant blacksmith. Yet more imps. I'm going to knock him down with a quick cast and follow up with a full cast. Watch out for the trap. That platform there shoots arrows this way. And full mana bar and 4 flasks, so we're doing pretty good here. Okay, 3 more. See if we can grab the trap to knock these guys out. Perfect. And 1 more. Ooh, we are not done yet. We have even more imps. I'm sorry, more omen, not more imps. Yeah, might as well shoot them from here. Two more should do it. And there's one more that patrols around through here, so go ahead and crouch to sneak. There he is. There's one there, and I think there's also... I thought there was one more, but I could be mistaken. Nope. That's the guy that was crouched earlier. Make sure he doesn't go behind the wall before you start casting. Okay. This one you can kill entirely using the trap. Just wait for him to come into the hallway, and then you can do this. Wait for the trap to reset. Oh, he may have dropped his sword. Oh, nice. That's very rare. Looks like my New Game Plus run is going to have lots of good weapons to choose from. Got the double Guardian Sword Spear earlier. Now the Omen Cleaver. Alright, there's one to the left. You want to actually sneak over here so you can create distance. And give him... What are we up to? 6, 3, 4, 5, 6. And a slicer. Okay, that was the last one, and I'm down to 2 potions, so I'm actually going to head back upstairs to the Site of Grace. Reset all the potions, and then fight the boss. The boss is a new type of cat golem that shoots magic instead of shooting, just trying to slam on the ground. Nothing too dangerous. You can actually just sprint past everything. Let's see, where am I going here? Kind of a long run back. So the only thing that really you need to worry about with this next boss is that the ground slam that it does has a larger area of effect than the normal ground slam. So just be aware of that. When it goes to lift up into the air before the slam, make sure that you actually dodge every time. You can't just sprint away from it. Other than that, the tactics are almost exactly the same. So, when he fires homing missiles, you want to sprint in one direction and then turn around and sprint the other direction. That will cause it to miss. This is exactly the same as the version of other cat golems use. One more. Gonna do a no-hit. Nice. Very, very good. Okay. That is that. Let's see, what else do we have? Let's go talk to Rhea. Hatches. And fight a... what do you call it? Another death bird. Get some NPCs, the dexterity plus 10 for the wondrous physic. So, as usual, death birds, of course, only come out at night. So we're going to have to rest at a Site of Grace next to Patches. Rhea starts the, what do you call it, the Volcano Manor quest. She's going to ask us to get her necklace back. And it sounds like she's describing Patches, but she's actually not. She's describing another NPC further up the road.
Hello. Hello, it's rather my mistress. But I was a... Could I ask that thug only if you've... Oh, to bless the thug, please. The fleas.
Patches is right up ahead at this campfire. Sells a lot of the same stuff. Tells you a bunch of lies to try to get you killed, of course, because he's Patches. It's what he does. Alright. Last time to Nightfall. This Deathbird does the exact same thing as every other Deathbird. There's nothing special about this one.
Oh, it's me. I'm still in bit now. I might she's in. By the way, she's a stray. Not that it. If she rings your mate. Well, have you ever seen a the clunky can long ago? And get this, it's so right. It'll chuck him.
Okay. All of the runes. All of the grease. Any of these you happen to have. And all of these I don't need. And these I don't need either. Okay. So, again, he's selling a lot of the same stuff. A little bit of refills on his great arrows and such, but otherwise nothing new.
Cheers for that.
Oops. And the Deathbird is going to appear in the sky right above this spot. Same thing as before, we're just going to run away from it on the horse. The only thing you have to watch out for is this stupid thing. It can sometimes interfere, so you might want to take it out first. And it looks like it's not cooperating, so I'm going to reset that fight. Try that again. Alright. Tag the squiddy here to get its attention. Okay, there we go. Now, we can fight the Deathbird in peace. Again, I'm not sure why FromSoft seems obsessed with having open world bosses interfered with by random third-party enemies. Okay. So, next up we have the actual person Riyadh wants us to talk to and get the necklace. Now, you can kill this guy if you want. I don't recommend it. He is tied to the Dung Eater quest a little bit later on, and he also sells valuable crab and prawn items used for your temporary buffs. And he has his own quest, of course, which needs to be progressed as well. So, offer to make a deal, buy the necklace for 1,000 runes. Talk to him again. Clear out all the dialogue. Buy one prawn. More talking. Okay, so you get the gesture to lay down on the ground. And now we can head back to Riyadh, but let's grab this item right here first. Couple of albinorics. Nothing too difficult. Just make sure you get all of them. Okay, plus 10 dexterity for the Wondrous Physic. I guess you could theoretically use that to increase your casting speed very slightly. Not really worth the slot, in my opinion, but if you're already, let's say, a prisoner, or maybe you started as a samurai or something, you're going to have higher than normal dexterity anyway. You're really probably not actually going to notice the difference, but if you don't like the stamina regen or the health regen, then that would be your third choice.
Please. Oh, thank you, kind. Did I forget? I see you are very to study such. Please. Great. Most time. But you are no the volcano. Oh, this land, but the lift instead at the base. It was X. I have faith in. I do hope. At the base, it was X. I have faith in. I do hope.
Okay, so now that you've given her the necklace back and gotten the invitation, she will then pop up at the top of the minor lift here, the Erd Tree Gazing Site of Grace, Or if you go the Dectus Lift medallion method, she will be at the top of the Dectus Lift. So either one of those will then take you directly to the Volcano Manor. Alright. Go down here. And over here. Okay. So the cave up ahead is part of... Let's see, what quest is this? It has to do with Gideon. It has to do a little bit with Nefeli. And the character actually at the end has kind of her own quest. It's not very detailed, but it does lead to a dragon smithing stone upgrade at the very, very end. So inside here we have, of course, more artery relief. It's like the default loot. The final boss is another Bloodhound Knight, and the dungeon itself has mostly demi-humans, some snails, which will shoot magic at you. Pretty easy all around. Nothing in here is going to threaten us even a little bit. Everything we have already fought before, so there's nothing to be surprised about. Now, the loot that you get from here is the Spear Talisman, which is very, very valuable for all kinds of different builds. Mostly shield poke builds, but anything that uses piercing damage will get a benefit from it. But for us, mostly this is just clearing for completion. Alright. Down here, we've got a demi-human chieftain. This time it is not a boss. It's just a big, chunky dude hanging out. Lots of guys waiting to ambush. See if he's going to come over. Here we go. Okay, one more little dude should be here somewhere. There he is. Hiding behind the boxes. Now, if you walk up next to him instead of coming around like this, it actually will jump out and grab you, doing a decent amount of damage. Alright, there's that Spear Talisman I mentioned. And the rest is just making our way to the boss and getting past, actually, a lot of these, I don't know what to call them, snakes, snails, either way. A little bit of parkour, and then we are good to go. These things, whatever you want to call these things. Okay, big old group of them up ahead. 5 or 6. And there we go. Oh, no. Always one left over. Alright. Careful on this drop. You want to actually aim for right here, just to avoid the fall damage. And there's 3 of these guys. Okay, this is another one of these rooms where there is no fog wall, but the boss is actually right up here. And as I mentioned, it is another Bloodhound Knight. Same tactic applies. We're just going to use Glintstone. I'm sorry, Magic Glintblade. Trying to stay away from him as much as possible. Hopefully that should do it. 1, 2. Nice. Okay, Cerulean Amber Medallion actually increases your maximum FP. It might be tempting to use it. If you like having more FP, then by all means go ahead. It's completely unnecessary, however. More than enough potions at this point. This NPC do not attack. She is part of a quest later on. Now, she'll deny you any information right away until we come back later with a piece of a medallion.
So I told you that I possess, or have you come as my other?
That's all she's going to say. So, the next half of her quest is actually found right up here, and that's where we will go next. Very, very brief stop over here at this fire worshipper camp. Clear these guys out and grab the... I can't remember which spell it is. Flame Cleanse Me, I think. This is the one that you can use to cure poison and rot. And come on, why won't the spells connect? I'm not even moving that fast. There we go. Just had a really bad angle, I guess. Oh, come on. Wow, they've really got these guys designed in such a way so that the spells almost always miss. Okay, so it was actually the prayer book, not the spell itself. There's 2 or 3 of these camps like this throughout the game, and I can never remember which one has which item. But now that that is clear, we'll head down to underneath this area. Getting up top here to this part of the game is actually very, very late in Ronnie's quest. So you cannot actually get there from here. There should be one more patrol of those fire dudes around here somewhere. Maybe? There they are. was hoping that they would drop a piece of their armor, but I guess not. RNG. Alright, so on the way we have lots and lots of giant crabs. No reason whatsoever to fight any of them. But you do want to stop... Right... Where is it? There it is. There's a scarab right here. Oh, and he's running away. There we go. Vow of the Indomitable. I've seen a couple people use that Ash of War actually against Millennia to avoid a waterfowl. Definitely worth looking up some videos if you have ever struggled with that boss. Alright, here we have Nefelilu.
Well, I witnessed the oppression
Continuing on with her quest.
Put the under the justice to let the scars.
We need to defeat a boss that is right across this bridge here, but in the meantime we need to do a couple things first. Always just a half pixel too short. Okay, so the next part of the quest for Liurnia right here is this guy. So don't make sure not to kill him by accident. Exhaust all of his dialogue, he'll give you half of a medallion.
Oh, please leave me be. Wait. Well. Oh, I will finish. The curse, I beg you. You must keep. And then please give. At your medallion. It's only a cut for dear. My alas.
And there we go. He will unfortunately expire. But now that you have the medallion, you can return back to Liurnia. Show her the medallion, and she will offer to travel with you, becoming a spirit that you can summon for fights.
I told it I possess. Or have you come? Was my other? Oh, so old. Then I've no. Let's try. My apology. I presume. I hope that. Would you consider us go back? There is something. Will you show me if you accept of the word? Thank you. They say in castles. Then farewell. I will go with the forgive me.
So the next part of her quest is actually all the way at the end of the game. All the way up here. It's very, very late into the game. But you do get her as a spirit summon. Now, alternatively, you can just kill her here. She will actually drop her armor set. So if you're on New Game Plus, you already have the quest done, you're not really interested in it, then you can get a quick set of armor right there. Alright, now to go fight the boss. We head up across the bridge. Watch out for this guy up ahead. He will try to cast spells at you. That one. Okay, so the boss is called an Omen Killer, and you can summon Nefeli to help with the fight. This guy has 2 spiked great axes and will leap at you and breathe fire. You don't want to get into melee combat with him if you can help it. You mostly want to turn off your alarms so they don't show up on the video and just stay away from the boss and nuke him from a distance. Okay, so 2 dogs there. There's actually a third one up around the corner of the tree behind the fire there. So we're going to drag this guy down towards us. Starting with spells, of course. Gonna run out of space pretty quick, so hopefully we can kill him before that becomes an issue. Nope, if it does, you can just... don't get stuck on the drain. Hopefully just sprint past him and head back uphill. And there we go. The talisman he drops is a... what does it do? It stops the bonus damage you take from headshots. Marginally useful if you're fighting a lot of archers, that they tend to aim for your head, but other than that, can't say it's really all that good. Okay, so that part is done. Let's do it this way. So we'll head up here to this spot. There is a bonus fight here, and then White Mask of Vare. Next part of his quest is right here. And then we'll grab this and then head up around here to this minor Erd tree. Now, this spot here, you can stop here. This is just a site of grace. It's not critical to anything, but if you wanted an extra fast travel point, I guess it would be useful. But I'm going to go ahead and skip it. Okay. So the gazebo up ahead is surrounded by lobsters. As we saw earlier, those guys have that nasty sniper attack. You actually don't want to fight these guys at all. So get off your horse, crouch down, and just sneak past them. Fighting 3 of those at once is 100% a death sentence. Now, this guy up ahead we actually do want to fight, and it's one of those enemies that once you beat it, it will actually turn into something else. In this case, it's a grafted scion, so a couple of tough fights in a row. Feel free to come back after fighting this thing. Now, the way that I do these guys is I get on their side and I use Slicer like this, and you can just keep rotating around. And this works for melee builds as well, so... Grafted Scion. Should be able to just light up with spells. While sprinting away. Now, it does have a big shield, so you can use the tactic of spinning around to let the spell hit it in the back. But these things have deceptively long reach, so be very careful that it does not clip you or jump onto you while you're casting the spell. Otherwise, you could potentially die. Have to start over. And this is why they don't give you enough spell points to fight it in the very beginning of the game, because you could just run around and avoid every single one of its attacks. We will actually be able to get a second chance at the first boss at the beginning of the game by going through a portal up here, but we'll get to that in just a little bit after we do some other stuff first.
You claim what? My doubt. The words are truly, I believe, even worse. That's the part. Oh. And give it a try. And if it dive high, there's no
okay, so he gives you some multiplayer items, the Bloody Fingers. You may be tempted to go online to do some invasions to satisfy this part of the quest. You can do that, and that will work. If you don't want to engage in multiplayer, or if you're playing offline, there's actually an NPC that you can invade up in Altus so that you don't have to do PvP if you don't want to. Okay, these are all done. I should actually... Crap, I forgot there was another site of grace right here. But we'll come back to that in just a second. So let's go over this way. I also forgot there's an item right here. And in here there is an enemy that will come out of the ground. That doesn't actually drop any loot, but it's, I guess, worth fighting to show it. Okay, so the Scarab here is the spell Blood Flame Blade. Very, very popular for mini bleed builds. Oh, we didn't die in 2 like normal. Interesting. It's okay. We just shoot him again. More smithing stones. Another balloon. All right. I'm actually going to come at this tower from this angle down here. There's one more item I forgot, and that is the crystal sword. It's across the rope bridge instead of the big stone bridge. So earlier we fought the boss up there. This is the direction we want to go. Again, there's another one of these guys that will cast spells at you. Everybody else here you can just ignore. But make sure to get this crystal sword. Now, strangely enough, despite being blue and having intelligence scaling, the crystal sword is actually a strength weapon. It gets most of its damage from physical damage by leveling up strength. A little bit of damage from intelligence, but not enough to really make it worthwhile. So if you're using that and you're leveling intelligence, you are doing it wrong. And you will want to respec or use a different weapon. Alright, another puzzle tower with a memory stone at the top. We have the riddle, Erudition Guide Thee. Now, erudition, being an erudite, is another way of saying very thoughtful or very intelligent. It's telling you basically to be smart about how you get up here. There's no way up, no stairs, so what you have to do is come along this wall. And then jump over here. And then we're on the second level. We can just head up the stairs and grab the loot. Oh, careful not to fall off. And another spell slot. Alright, next up we have a tree avatar. And then we'll head around to grab the third eyeball for Hayeta, and then come down here for another dungeon. Now, as usual with tree avatars, there's going to be a lot of running around, and so we want to make sure to knock out all of the extra enemies that might interfere. Fortunately, there's only just the one right there. This is a pretty empty area, so we're going to come straight up here and hit our Wondrous Physic. And just like last time, we're going to power up a bunch of spells. watch out for the extra long reach on these hammer attacks. And then if he does the laser beams... Oh, don't get stuck on the terrain. Yeah, see how far that guy reached out to get me. There we go. If he does the laser beam, stop casting and just sprint around him in a circle until the spells stop coming in. Or you'll get clipped like so. One more. Okay. Cerulean Crystal Tear and the Ruptured Crystal Tear. So the Ruptured Crystal Tear, strangely enough, actually makes you explode and take damage when it goes off after about, I want to say 10 seconds after you drink. Kind of a weird effect, but very cool, I guess, for PvP. The other one restores half of your total FP. So if you needed an extra blue potion, that can kind of work in that regard. Seems better just to have more efficient spells that do more damage and kill things quicker to me, but I guess in a pinch you could use it. Anyway, so up ahead we do have a Site of Grace and another NPC invader. I do recommend that you hit the Site of Grace first before the invader comes in. That way if he does kill you, you can respawn right here very quickly. But he is going to attack you right off the bat, so sprint away to make some distance, and then just start treating him like every other NPC invader. This is Edgar the Revenger. This is Irina's father from down in Weeping Peninsula, who has completely lost his mind and has gone from attacking just misbegotten to attacking literally everyone, including you. Alright. That is done. And we'll head down to this dungeon down here. It is kind of a, I don't know what to call it, like a, not really a puzzle dungeon like the Fringe Folk Hero Grave, but it does have a lot of secrets in it. So once you see the first couple, you'll realize the gimmick to the place. And the rest should be pretty easy. On the way, there's a bunch of bats. You can run past them, or you can just take them out. There we go. So, like with most catacombs, there's going to be a bunch of imps. The final boss in here is actually fairly unique in that it's a spirit snail that summons in more powerful enemies to fight for it. In this case, Crucible Knights. Now, you do not actually want to fight the Crucible Knights. It's a waste of time. You're going to actually focus on the snail. Unfortunately, the snail is often invisible. So there's a trick to telling where it is, and I will show you that after I manage to actually switch to Slicer and kill this thing. Once we get to the boss, the snail will actually have a slight glowing area on the ground to indicate where it is. Might be a little bit hard to see, especially if you are playing far away on the couch on it with a large TV, but once you see the pattern, it will be pretty obvious. Oh, there's an imp. Watch out for the trap on the floor right here and the imp on the ceiling. secret doors everywhere. Now, if you don't want to worry about remembering where all the secret doors are, what you can do is, of course, use the Margit's Shackle. Just hitting it once anywhere in the dungeon should reveal most of the secret doors. There are 2 more imps, one on the left and the right. Once you've taken them out, of course, it is perfectly safe to grab the chest. There aren't any more traps here. We're actually going to head back towards the front of the dungeon, and that Margit's Shackle should have opened up some more doors for us. Right here. Now there's one imp here. There's also one right around the corner. So if you can, you want to shoot this guy, draw him out. There we go. The Watchdog Staff. Even though it does shoot magic missiles, it's actually a strength weapon, although the Ash of War does operate from intelligence, so either way is good. Got another rune arc. And here we are at the boss room. So, as I mentioned, the Spirit Snail is going to be a small, light, glowing spot on the floor. As soon as you enter here, there's going to be a Crucible Knight. You will need to dodge his first lunge at you, but after that you can just focus on finding the Spirit Snail. Usually it alternates from one side of the room to the other. There you go. You can see that little glow on the ground right there. So you want to hit him 2 or 3 times, and then run around avoiding the Crucible and look for this spot. And it'll teleport again. Oh! Almost got picked off there. Now, normally the Spirit Snail dies a lot faster than that, but it does resist magic damage, so as you saw, it took several hits from Slicer to kill. Unfortunately, Magic Glint Blade is completely useless on this fight, since by the time the spell goes off, he's teleported. It may, if you cast while you can lock, it probably will follow the target to where it teleports next, but it's just easier to use Slicer. Okay, I guess we don't actually need this, but I'm going to grab it anyway for later on when we come back for Vare. So I'm going to drop down here, grab some runes, and then get that Sight of Grace. Actually, let's be smart about this. I'm going to come at it from down here, grab it, and then hit this, some smithing stones, and another Sight of Grace right here. Yeah, let's do it that way. Oh, why does Liurnia have to be so freaking huge? Way, way too much running through empty space. Okay, not this set of ruins. Although I'm kind of curious to see what's up here. I don't think I've ever gone up to the top of this one. Oh, there's... Well, that's why. Because it is completely pointless. There we go. And remember, I mentioned earlier that the plants guarding these things are the types that shoot homing missiles at you. In order to fight them, the best way is instead of when they go to do the attack that shoots the homing missiles, you want to get right up underneath them rather than running away. Looks like it's going to do the poison cloud, so that's good. That means we can sit here and take out all the little plants first. Okay, so there's the homing missiles, so get right up underneath. More poison. Now, unfortunately, these things also resist magic damage. So it's going to take quite a lot of casting to actually finish it off. And there we go. Of course, it waits till after I heal to hit me. Elden Ring, man. Sometimes this game. But totally worth it. There are a lot of runes here. Alright. Next up, more smithing stones. Lots and lots of Albinaurics. I'm not sure if there was meant to be a boss fight or something here, but grab this item. Then this Hoarfrost Axe, or Ice Rind Hatchet, sorry. Hoarfrost Stomp is I believe, the Ash of War. It comes by default on it. And up here there should be, there it is. Light of Grace. Okay. So next, yeah, let's come down from the Artist Shack. We'll fight this knight here, the Tibia Mariner, to get another death root, and then we'll end up in the Jar Village right here. Oh, I forgot to mark. That was the poison pods we got when we were running up to get Magic Glintblade in the very, very first video. Okay, the painting puzzle here, as you can see, it has a picture of the gate to Rhea Lucaria and a minor Erd tree in the background. This spot is actually found right here. In order to get here, you have to go all the way through Caria Manor. So that will be in the next video after this one. For the time being, though, let's go fight a Leyendell Knight. This guy uses lightning attacks, but is otherwise a pretty standard shield knight. Nothing fancy. Other than, of course, 360 blocking. So, watch out for that. If it happens to be raining when you fight this guy, all of this guy's lightning damage will do roughly 20% more damage. If you're not careful, it can one-shot you, so just be aware of that effect. Go. He drops the Dragon Cult Prayer Book, which, if you happen to be playing a incantations build, will give you the Lightning Spear spell. Very, very good. And I believe Honed Bolt, situationally also very, very good. Alright. Tibia Mariner time. We've fought these guys before. They are not difficult whatsoever. Now he can teleport to a spot down the road or occasionally uphill. So at this time he is down here. So we're going to ignore his minions and focus entirely on shooting him. Now because he's in the trees, of course, sometimes your spells are going to run into the terrain. You should have more than enough spell points to deal with him. Watch out, of course, for flying skulls. You can see they're not even doing hardly any damage. Even the boss is not doing that much damage. Now you can also get up at point blank range and use Slicer on this guy, but it's really, really up to you. I found it's just easier in general to use the glint blades instead. Alright, uphill. He's already got some skeletons. And that should do it. Alright. Deathroot, Skeletal Bandit Ashes, and don't forget to come down here and get all of this loot, because one of them is a Smithing Stone 3, which are still relatively rare at this point in the game. Mark these off as being done. Now, the jump down to the Jar Village is a little bit tricky. There are many, many points at which you can fall off and die. So you want to start here with this one. Just walk off to the next spot here. Slowly walk at this angle to this one. Again, don't jump here, just walk off. Same thing with this one here. You want to save your double jump for in case you miss one of these, so you can jump back towards it. Now, anytime if you do miss one of the platforms, don't jump to the left or the right of the platform. Always aim for the wall if you can. That will definitely save you. Alright, more smithing stones, and here's our, I don't know what to call him.
Hello, I didn't think
Jar friend buddy.
Gosh, it's not easy. I know, it's just a little.
I think the official name is Jar Bairn.
You need. I'm sorry. What a shame. We can still come back and visit.
So we're going to talk to him a bunch of times. His quest actually cannot be finished until you have gone all the way to the end of the game. Literally the final level. So we're going to be coming back here a couple of times throughout the playthrough. In the meantime, you can at least start his quest and get a bunch of crafting materials. All of these. Some more cracked pots. Ritual pots. And the nice part is that almost all of these, except for the super rare materials, respawn every time you rest at a site of grace. So you shouldn't ever reach a point where you're running out of these materials. Alright, cracked pot. There's one more actually up on the roof.
noticed. I asked them, and they said you go. Who knows?
There's even mushrooms. Alright. This is the last time that we can get dialogue at this point in the game. Tells you about Alexander, of
I
course.
suppose that's so. I'm actually, and I'll have to leave. My home. I suppose that.
Alright. So, Jarburg is done for the time being. Make sure to run up here and grab the runes from the graveyard. Don't run past them. There we go. Alright. I guess we'll just do the study hall next. Actually, let's start from the artist shack. We'll grab a camp of fire worshippers here and another site of grace before heading down here to the study hall. The study hall is kind of an interesting encounter. There is a boss in there, but it's more of a humanoid boss that teleports around a lot. It's figuring out how to actually damage the boss rather than it being like difficult. So you'll see when we get there. It's interesting and it can be kind of annoying sometimes. So first thing though, we want to actually kill this guy. He has a thorn sorcery. Now, thorn sorceries I don't really find to be... I've never seen them be useful outside of the DLC version. But Briars of Sin creates I believe, a circle around you of thorns. Perfectly honest, I'm not even sure how to use that spell correctly. Alright. Couple more cultists. And once again, the spell misses because reasons. Okay, flame cleanse me. That was where it was the whole time. Okay, so done here. Now, as you can see, the study hall has a bridge that connects it to one of these divine towers. At this point in the game, and at this point in quest progression, you can't actually get across to the divine tower. It's part of Ronnie's quest that you need to get all the way past, oh, who is it? Past Radon, and you need to have gone down into Nokron. So you're looking for the way to do that in the videos below. You can skip forward to that. But you do need an item from Nokron to get over there. Alright, Scarab right here. This guy has a Somber 3, if I'm not remembering incorrectly. Yep, there we go. Okay, so the boss fight in here, as I said, a little bit annoying sometimes. It's kind of a puzzle to figure out how to actually defeat this boss. I've found that the best way, for some reason, is on stage 3, if you poison the boss, it will stop teleporting. So get your short bow out and either use regular arrows or the serpent arrows that we got from this cave down here. The serpent arrows are very, very effective. This is also part of what I said earlier. The item you get from Ranni's quest will go right here. So we can't get it yet. I'm going to head up in here. Do not jump across into there. It looks tempting, like a secret door or secret pathway. It is not. If you jump over there, you will fall down into a bottomless pit and die. So, as soon as we go up the stairs, the boss is going to spawn. He's going to do 3 stages. The first one, you fight him at the top of the stairs. The second one over there. And then the third one is up on the top platform. So the first 2, we're just going to run in and use Slicer. We'll run past the minions that spawn. And it teleports after 20-25%. Definitely want to kill these guys because there's going to be some dodging going on. As you can see, the boss is shooting that arrow spell. We need to run past that, and some more enemies will spawn on the way over there. So, fortunately, you can dodge this spell by simply strafing sideways. And then once you get up, you can just interrupt it. Okay. So at this point, we're going to finish these guys off. And we're going to switch to our bow at the top of the stairs. After killing this guy right here. Alright, so the trick is to wait, because this boss will automatically dodge your attacks. So you're going to draw your bow, stay far enough down the stairs that the explosion doesn't get you, and wait until he starts to cast a spell. That's when you can shoot it. You won't auto-dodge while casting. It's a little goofy, but 3 or 4 arrows should do the trick. There you go. You can see that little green cloud. That means he's poisoned. So at this point, you can switch back to your staff. Oh, I'm going to get shot if I'm not careful here. And you can then rush the boss and use Slicer. And he's going to teleport one more time. Normally, if it was not poisoned, this top section is the most annoying. Because the boss will constantly teleport away from you while casting spells. It is super irritating. But I don't know why, for whatever reason, once he's poisoned, it just stops teleporting. So I'm going to top off all of my things, activate Physic. Now you do have to dodge some of these spell casts. If you're quick, shouldn't be too much of a problem. And just like that. Alternatively, you can just wait for the poison to kill him off too, but that takes forever. Okay, now that all of the minions are toast, we're going to climb up the ladder. Navigating these rafters is a little dangerous because if you fall off, you will fall to your death. And unfortunately, there are, as you can see, giant rats. As a melee build, this is really irritating. With spellcasting, much, much safer. Alright, we got rats, rats, and more rats. And the angle is bad on that one, so we'll have to go upstairs first. Now, it looks like you can drop down onto the chandeliers, and you can. There's no reason to at this point, however. So, don't waste your time. Later on, when we come back, during Ranni's quest, that's when we will actually do the parkour. And you don't have to kill all the rats, just the ones that are in the way. Oh, and they're not dying from one spell. Oh, here goes. Wow. Never seen that before. Alright. Maximum FP. Drop here. Then right here. Okay, so maximum FP. Oh, I'm sorry. This one actually increases how much FP is restored. Not really sure when you would ever use that, but I guess you could. All right. I guess we'll fight the bell-bearing hunter of Liurnia next. It is nighttime. Perfect. So, as usual with bell-bearing hunters, if you come up here and you see... So the turtle is gone. That means the bell-bearing hunter will spawn. So that's what we're looking for. You can use the horse tactic for this guy. In fact, I recommend it. I also recommend that you blind fire. So put your head, line up with the statue off in the distance. Get on your horse. Just lead him away. Sprint, and you can just circle back around. Like so. Kind of similar to the Margit fight, I guess, in a lot of ways. Although, in this case, you don't actually have to worry about falling off the sides of a cliff. Again, as soon as he gets close and starts to activate any attacks, that's when you stop casting and sprint. Be careful here because you can get stuck on the walls, but that's the pattern. Back and forth, back and forth. Easy cheesy. Rest at the site of grace, and behold, dog. Alright, we'll give him the Academy Scroll, and all of these prayer books.
Oh, very well. Heresy, all thing. Oh, very well. Heresy, all thing. You wish
Clear out all of the dialogue.
However, Radigan taking the mystery as to why, and moreover, you know, a famed when he glimpsed, and as such, you wish she is the great, sadly, and then in the now she the grim, you would do severing up.
Okay, so, Great Glintstone Shard, Glint Blade Phalanx, and of course the other spells we've already seen. If you're doing incantations, there's all kinds of things you can mess around with here. I won't go over them since that's not really within the scope of this playthrough. This item is, I believe, the Golden Sewing Kit. Yep, Golden Sewing Need. This is something you actually give to Bach later on once you've gotten to Altus, I believe, is the first time you can give it to him. Now, the road leads up here north, and you can get up to this area by following the road. On the way, you have to go past these caveman-looking dudes that have these super sniper rifle bows. I recommend you don't do it. You don't have to. There is nothing in here but damage. There's no loot. There's nothing worth going through fighting these guys. So the best way is to actually come down from the north by crossing over here and then heading up to the side of Grace and then coming down through this area. So we're going to get there eventually. For the time being, I think probably it will be easier to... I'm going to do this. Start up here, I think. Yeah, let's get the side of Grace outside Caria Manor. The Hoarfrost Stomp Ash of War. This temple, and then a Knight's Cavalry, and then a side of Grace here. Alright, lots and lots of running up ahead. Now with the arrow trap that is firing from above, the best way to avoid it is simply to stay on the right here, near the rocks. Should not even come close to hitting. You can cut across to the side of Grace by going right over through here. Sometimes you get clipped right at the side of Grace. Not a big deal. Like I mentioned, I will leave Caria Manor for later. For the time being, head up over this direction. We have yet another invisible scarab. This time one that is really big. You can actually trigger it with Magic Glint Blade. Show you how to do that. Basically, you just watch the pattern of the pathway and then drop a line of glint blades like this. Hopefully you'll run right into it like so. Then we can head over this stone bridge and jump across. So this vendor sells some more rune arcs we're going to buy. One, two, three. The recipe is just how to craft arrows for great bows. And of course he sells some of these random items. Now this one here, the Bewitching Branch, you might want to buy these because they can be useful in a couple of fights. Most importantly is the fight against Commander Niall up in Castle Sol in the mountaintop of the Giants. You can actually turn his own spirits against him. Unfortunately they are in very limited supply, so it's a bit of a gimmick tactic that if it fails you won't be able to repeat, unfortunately. Okay, got that and this. Now there's a Knight's Cavalry here, and he's surrounded by Cuckoo Knights, which are magic resistant, what do you call them? They're mounted knights similar to all the other, like the Leyendell Knight and the Godric Knights. They have spears and shields, and they're very annoying to fight. The cavalry, same as all the other cavalries. We're going to tag him and draw him back over here to this area. Hopefully he doesn't get stuck on the terrain. Yep, looks like he reset. You can fight him right here, it's just a little bit more annoying, so... Mostly because he also tends to get stuck on the trees and such. Nice. Knight Rider Glaive and Giant Hunt, two of some of the best weapons in the game. Giant Hunt especially can be used to ragdoll many, many enemies. The ones that it doesn't ragdoll, it still staggers, so very, very good. Alright, Melina tells us that Bach is lonely and misses his mom. Otherwise,
Always, please. I'm sure he.
no actual quest progression. Let's see, where are we at? Halfway through Liurnia. I figure it's probably okay to level up to 40 at this point. Alright, next up. Let's see. I'm going to drop down a spirit spring right here. Activate this walking mausoleum. And then knock out this cave right here. I think what I need to do also is to set the time of day, morning. The walking mausoleums, the walking mausoleums will sometimes freeze up and go to sleep during the night. So best to set it during the daytime so they'll actually move into a position where you can jump. Looks like he's not quite up yet. So I'm going to actually do the cave first. Come back. What I need is for this mausoleum to move closer to that spirit spring so that I can jump up onto the upper ledge. Okay, where is that cave entrance? Here we go. Typical cave full of miners. Lots of guys that resist physical damage. A couple of mannequins, and the final boss is a Crystallian. These guys also resist all damage, except for strike damage until you crack their outer shell. So you can do that with Carrion Slicer, and it just takes a little bit longer than if you use strike damage. So if you use Rock Sling, this is a good spot for that, but I'm going to show you how to do it with Slicer. Alright, we've got full charges. Good to go here. Somber Stone 2 and 3, and I believe there's also a level 4 somewhere in here. Now, there's also a lot of opportunities to fall to your death. Kind of annoying, but parkour is part of Dark Souls DNA. All I will say is that the boss is actually all the way at the bottom. You can see him right there in the middle of that golden circle. The idea is not to try to parkour down. You have to actually work your way through the dungeon. Oops, that guy didn't die right away. And the first and most annoying is this section. You do not have to do this. I'm just going to get this smithing stone up there and right there. Now, the first jump is just a sprint and a hop up. This one, again, you have to jump up. You don't have to sprint, but it might make it easier. This one also very, very irritating, but you should be able to just hop. Now, this is the worst part. Now, some people advise that you hop, and while you're in midair, you hold down the sprint button. I found that that's more dangerous. The way that I do it is I put myself right up against the wall here. I'm going to move forward and start sprinting immediately, turn right, and jump. It's kind of annoying, but I found that it's the most reliable. This part is also annoying because the jump is, the terrain clipping is a little bit weird. So, but you definitely want to sprint and jump at the last second if you can. So, from there, just jump back and we're good to go. Chances are the first couple times you do that, you're probably going to fall. Fortunately, the run back from the Side of Grace is not that far. It's just irritating that they've intentionally built the parkour to be stupid. That's all I can really say. Anyway, so the elevator has to be brought up from below. You can't activate it from here. More guys mining. Now you got to watch out for... There's a guy right there. This guy will crack the glintstone... I don't know what to call them. The glintstone crystals. Basically, it's an effect that will cause 4 or 5 homing shots to target you. So you need to take him out as fast as possible before he starts shooting those things. That's what he was just about to do. Now, if he starts getting his shots off like this dude, you can see how they start spamming those attacks at you. Best way to avoid it is to simply use line of sight and the terrain. For example, with this guy, he's going to sit down there and try to shoot. Instead of charging straight at him, you can come at him from above like this. For some reason, some of them also have many, many more hit points than others. I'm not sure if there's an indication they might be a little bit bigger than the surrounding guys, but it'll be very obvious when you get to one, because they will not die quickly. Alright. Very, very carefully drop down right here. Grab the loot. And the next drop down is a little bit confusing, but I believe you want right here. Slow walk. Should land safely on the ledge. Okay, cross the beam here. Probably the first thing you want to do is to send the elevator up. That way, in case you die from this point on, the run back is much, much faster because you can just take the elevator instead of having to do all of that parkour. Alright. Almost forgot to grab that smithing stone. Okay, so there's guys hanging right there above. But there's also this guy that comes out of the doorway. Take him out first. And then right inside the doorway to the right and above, guy waiting to ambush you. Okay, this guy right here is one of the dudes with lots more hit points. Tag him, and he should come running up if he doesn't... Oh, nice, just dies instead. Never mind. Okay, so that is, I believe, almost everyone. Got one more elevator. And with all the elevators in this place, for some reason, there's almost always something to get on the ledges. Okay, and we're at the boss room. Now, Crystallians, as I said, they resist damage of all types. It's going to look like you're not doing hardly anything. Just keep shooting. Eventually, the outer shell will break with a stance break animation and sound. And that point after, you can do full damage. Now, this thing is going to throw throwing stars at you. Not a big deal. The main risk is getting up close, because that chakram that he throws is pretty dangerous. Much, much safer to fight at a distance. Okay, so there's the stance break. At this point, you can just close in with Carrion Slicer and stun lock him to death. And you notice the damage is much, much higher. So, Rock Sling not required, but will definitely make that fight much, much faster. Alright, hopefully at this point, the Walking Mausoleum has woken up. Yep, you can hear the bell going. Okay, so jump down here to the Spirit Spring, and then immediately jump again. And we're just doing this to identify where the angle is that we want to jump. And so that little branch twig right there, that's usually the good spot to indicate as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop a couple of these stones. There's a green one and a red one. Get out your bow. No, this part is not required. You don't actually need the bow. It just makes it easier to see. Post up by the Spirit Spring, and then you can aim, and you can see the two stones I dropped right there, the green and the red. So we're waiting until the mausoleum is going to walk over the top of these, so we get close enough anyway. And we're actually aiming for roughly right, it's hard to see because the tree's in the way, but where this tree is right here, there's a little ledge that sticks out. We want to aim for when that is directly above these stones. And the timing is a little bit weird. You're going to be tempted to make the jump when this foot steps right here next to the stones, because it looks like it's close enough. It's actually not. You got to wait for these two back feet to kind of move him a little bit more forward. And now go to do jump, sprint, jump. We've timed it right. Nope, I think I'm a little bit off. Yeah, oh, there we go. Perfect. So, if you need to reset it, you just have to go back to the Site of Grace, and then it will reset the position and timing of the mausoleum. And there's another method you can use by waiting until it gets close to these platforms over here, I think. Much, much more dangerous. I've seen videos of people falling to their death a lot trying that method. This one is much safer. Anyway, proceed to chop off all the skulls. Okay, and we're good to go. Also be careful, when the mausoleum hits the ground, there's going to be a little stagger here. And if you're too close, it will throw you completely off, maybe causing a little bit of fall damage. But alright, that's done. So next, down here, the Scarab, Site of Grace, some more smithing stones, and the puzzle tower. And we'll clean up all of the balloons here to get some more runes. more smithing stones. We do eventually need these to upgrade the Carrion Regal Scepter, or Lusat's Staff. These white scarabs, if you don't kill them on the first hit, they teleport like that. It's kind of annoying. If they see you. Usually they teleport somewhere nearby. There he is. Yildbash. More lobsters. We've seen plenty of these so far, so just try to avoid them. Okay, and those other three I'll get on the way out from the puzzle tower. Actually, go ahead and rest here. So the puzzle tower is slightly different. It's the same as the one in Weeping Peninsula, where it wants you to hit 3 turtles. However, they are surrounded by zombies which will infinitely respawn and are not worth any runes. So the 3 that you need to kill are right here. Up on the tree, right there. And the last one is right down there. And once you've killed the 3rd one, all of these zombies will then disappear. Like so. Unlocking the tower. The reward is the same as before. It is yet another memory stone, so that's an additional spell slot. And what are we up to now? We have 6 spell slots. Okay, so done. Grab the rest of these balloons and then head down here to grab a Somber 3, some runes in a graveyard, more smithing stones, and yet another cave. Careful not to fall off the stairs here as you're coming out. Oh. You can fight these soldiers if you want. I don't think it's honestly worth it. The only guy you really want to take out is this guy, because he will interfere when you are trying to take out the caravan up ahead. So aim at the knight, not the horse. Oh, and looks like I'm gonna have to fight him from the ground. Oh, it's always a little bit irritating to fight these guys when they don't die immediately, because they combo you with the spear and their glint blades. So, it can be very annoying. A couple ways you can do this. You can tag the troll and kill him off entirely, and then take out literally every single other enemy here. Or you can simply tag the troll once until he stops, and then wait for the enemies to patrol past. They will continue walking, even though the caravan has stopped. So there are a lot of dudes here. Looks like some of them might have seen me because they've stopped walking, which is unusual, so I guess we'll do it the hard way. The guys with torch spears are probably the most dangerous because they have that combo that will dismount you. There's also a dog. Dogs, as we've said many times, very, very annoying to fight. But otherwise, you can take these guys out in whatever order you prefer. So many. Okay, and lastly, take out the last troll. That way we can get a refund on our flasks and grab the sword from the back. Now the Carrion Knight sword, also similar to the Crystal sword in that it has intelligence scaling and magic damage. Once again, this is actually a strength weapon. Even though it does get some benefit from intelligence, most of its damage comes from leveling strength. It's actually a pretty good combo. If you want to power stance straight swords, the Carrion Knight sword and the Crystal sword together make a pretty good combo. The only drawback is that they cannot have their Ashes of War changed, so you're stuck with magic damage and whatever Ash ability that they have default. Okay. It did not give us a refund on the spells, so it means there must be another guy somewhere. There, no, that's the guy upstairs. Interesting. Oh well. No need to waste time looking for him. We'll just continue on from here. Now, as soon as you grab this item, behind you will spawn a whole pile of these guys. I'd recommend you do not fight them. Simply, don't jump down there. Drop down here. You can avoid them entirely. Once they start shooting, there's going to be dozens and dozens of attacks following you around, homing in on you. Not a good situation. I do need to get my spells back, though, so go ahead and reset right here. Same thing up ahead, this graveyard full of runes. As soon as you start getting in the area, lots of those spirit summoning dudes will pop up. And it's probably better to fight them from the ground, actually. For some reason, Carrion Slicer is super short. ends up being kind of difficult to hit guys from horseback. Oh, ran out of stamina. Okay. Once they're all clear, start gathering up all of the runes. Okay. Moving right along. We have more smithing stones up ahead, surrounded by more of these spirit summoning dudes. In addition, there are also guys on horseback. These guys I don't recommend you fight. They are just annoying as hell. They move really fast, they don't drop anything good, and they are very difficult to land hits on. Okay, here we have yet another cave. This one is full of wizards, or I guess technically sorcerers. For the most part, we're going to be using Carrion Slicer. Our general strategy is simply to rush them and use Slicer to interrupt their spellcasts. Very, very rare to actually need to cast literal spells of range at them. The final boss is a double Crystallian fight, but we'll use the same tactics as before. We'll just run away, shooting glint blades at the boss. Now, if you want, you could switch to Rocksling in here. Might be a little faster, but it's up to you. Okay, so this room up ahead, there are 3 dudes over there. There's also one right here. And once you kill this guy, the other 3 will come over to investigate. Or at least they should, anyway. Oh, there's one. Where are the other 2? Nope, they're just going to hang out over there, I guess. Okay. See if we can get them to bunch up. So you smack that with your stick to make some noise. Crouch, and they should come over to investigate. What we want is to be able to get all 3 of them with a slicer. Or at least have them clumped up enough to kill them off. Oh, we got some fashion. We're a proper wizard now. Okay, this guy up ahead actually has more hit points than the other 2. Actually, we can get even better with the fashion. There we go. Not great. I don't think I've got any. Yeah, I guess we're stuck with the the sage pants. Literally the least important thing when it comes to actual gameplay, but when your character looks cool, you're going to feel good about playing, and you will actually play a little bit better. Sounds funny, but it works. Okay, up ahead we have a regular sorcerer who we're going to snipe with glint blades as soon as he comes back. The one we need to worry about, though, is that dude. He has a lot of hit points and does very, very high damage spells with large area of effect. Not much really else to say, but well, let's take him out first, actually, if we can. Burn a whole bar on him. Honestly, that's probably the safest way to have done that. Okay. We got a secret door right here. If you're wondering how anybody would ever know that there's a secret door there, after you defeat the guy here, you can come up and see the chest, and you'll realize there's a guy up here, and you're like, hey, how do I get up there? And after looking around for a little bit, you realize there must be some way, secret door or something. You hit that Margit's shackle, which then reveals the opening, and that's how you figure it out. Anytime you run into a dungeon where you think there might be a secret door, chances are there probably is, so getting in the habit of hitting Margit's shackle is really, really good practice. Okay, Crystal Staff, not a good staff to actually cast with. It does give a passive bonus to any of the crystal spells. Most of the crystal spells, kind of garbage. Up to you if you want to try that. Do a theme run, maybe. Totally viable, I suppose. But also, not optimal. Alright, so we have a spellcaster guy and a spear guy. I'm going to focus on the spear guy first, because once he's down, the other one will be relatively easy to run around out of range of my spells and just shoot him. Also, getting staggered by this guy with his spear jumps is a little annoying. Oh, ran out of stamina. There we go. Now this one you might need to dodge roll. It's the only spell that's even remotely dangerous. Doesn't even actually do that much damage. That's what you get for not dodge rolling. Anytime you think you might be hit, you probably will be hit. And is he cracked yet? What am I doing here? There we go. Somehow I missed it. Perfect. Alright. Up an ridiculously, unnecessarily long elevator. And we're going to grab the spell buff, Terra Magica. This puts a circle on the ground, and as long as you are standing in the circle, any of your magic-based spells will do more damage. Personally, I find that most bosses require you to move quite a lot, so it's really only good for an opening move. I don't think it's worth a spell slot, so I don't use it. But if you're fighting something like, I don't know, Moog, where you can just use Comet Azure, potentially very useful. Anyway, Terra Magica, there we go. Alright, that is clear. So next up, we got a dragon, which we will need Rocksling to kill. Another Scarab, an Everjail, and we'll head up the road here to this camp, and then clear out this portal right here. Alright, where is Rocksling? There we go. The reason why you switch to Rocksling is because the crystal dragons resist like 80 to 90% of magic-based damage. Not 80% of 90% of spells, just magic damage. So Rocksling is our go-to. We're just gonna spam this right at its face. And miss badly. Gotta stagger in. Now, things are going to get a little dicey here when this dragon gets up, because he's going to start breathing magic at us. And you want to run underneath, and then circle back around to his front. Unfortunately, he's being nice. I thought he was going to tail swipe for sure. Fire. Sprint away. More fire. Oh, I'm gonna get hit by that. Fortunately, it hit the horse instead of me. A couple more of these should be good. One more. Assuming he doesn't take off. Oh, nice. Okay, now, defeating the dragon is just defeating the dragon. You get another dragon heart, of course. But you want to make sure to come back through here and grab the loot, because one of the items is the glintstone key that we need to get inside the academy. And let's see. We need another site of grace so we can go back to our real spells. I think I've said it a few times. I am not a fan of using Rocksling for general use. Alright. So, we got another one of those white scarabs that teleports. Hopefully this time we can knock it out before it decides to move locations. It is only a Somber Smithing Stone 2. So don't feel like you need to waste a lot of time on this guy. There it is. Inside the Everjail, we have a Troll Knight. We should be able to knock him down with an initial barrage of flint blades. So those things are annoying because when he gets close, they're going to fire, and if they hit you, they knock you down. So now his charging attack, you want to dodge the first one, dodge under his legs in the second one. Hopefully the third one he will run into the outer wall. Yep, like so. I'd hoped to get a stance break already, but nope. The shout doesn't do damage, it just knocks you down, and it makes him do more damage. Or flint blade bat swords. As you can see, like, the tactic is the same as always, just mostly staying away from him. The exception is when he powers up this combo. Oh, and there we go. When he starts to do his sword dragging combo, the safest place is actually to be underneath him. Not completely safe, but it's more safe than anywhere else. Alright. Gonna kill some bats here, grab the jellyfish shield, clear this camp, and then up the hill to the portals. strangely enough, the weird harpy bats are the ones singing. I believe somebody translated it from, I can't remember, it was like Eastern European, some language. Not Polish, but something like that. The song is apparently about the Tarnished. Golden Rune 6. Okay. Angry jellyfish that spit poison. The jellyfish shield is actually underneath the wagon, so break it apart. Some people use the jellyfish shield in their build because the buff increases the amount of damage your spells do. Unfortunately, the buff is only about 20 or 30 seconds, so I don't think it's that useful, but if you have been relying on a shield for defense, it's not the worst idea to use the jellyfish shield. Okay, while clearing out this camp, you're going to be constantly getting fired at by... I don't think I can lock him, but right up there on the top of the hill next to that blue and red flag, there's a dude up there with a staff. He will just sit up there and shoot at you all day long. So, you need to either use the terrain to your advantage, or take him out early. I like to drag enemies away from their, away from the camp. But once you get up in here, you need to be careful about making sure that there's always a building or something in the way. Unless you like taking damage, in which case, do whatever. Alright, where is he at? Right, there he is. Hopefully the angle is good on that shot. Yep, very nice. Cuckoo glintstones, a rune arc. Whatever this guy dropped. Smithing stones 3. Pumpkin heads. Same as always, we're going to get behind him. Light him up with Slicer. Before he finishes his opening animation. And over to the left now, we've got a few more soldiers and a dog and a cuckoo knight. So it's easier to come around from this side. You can snipe these guys. Boom, boom. Take out the dog first if you can. Alright. 2 more guys. So now with the Cuckoo Knight up ahead, I recommend you fire up 3 or 4 Glint Blades, followed by rushing him with Slicer. So make sure you have enough mana, enough spell points, and make sure you don't get stuck on this terrain on the way in. So 2 heavies, 2 lights. Perfect. Now, If he drops loot, you might have to jump down there and get it, in which case you'll have to come all the way back around, but it's definitely better than trying to fight those dudes straight up. Between their shields and their melee attacks, they can be kind of annoying. All right. Up the hill. Along the way, we're going to have a run-in with a couple of headless Troll Knight spirits. Unless you really, really want to farm these guys for their sword, there's no point in fighting them. Should be another one. Huh, he didn't spawn. Oh, there he is. Okay, so the way this place works, the 4 belfries, each one has a portal. As you can see, it's currently turned off. It has a statue waiting for a key. Now the keys are scattered all throughout the game. You start with one up here at the very, very top. I recommend, for the sake of quest progression, that you begin with the nearest tower. And that will take you to the very, very beginning of the game where we ran away from the grafted Scion. And you get a second chance to fight him. This time with all of our spell power, it will be very, very easy. But it also has an item past it that will progress Nefeli Lu's quest. So, this is the precipice of anticipation. Plug that in, opens the portal. So, this is going to take us down right here. Put a marker there just to show. You also get the Stormhawk Dean, or Din, not sure how to pronounce that one. It's a spirit summon that it will attack your enemies, but more importantly, while it's active, it gives you I believe, a buff to your stamina regeneration and damage. Honestly, can't remember. A lot of people use it though, because it's one of the least intrusive spirit summons. It doesn't usually disrupt boss fights like most spirits do. Okay, so same old. Cast your spells and run away. Try not to get stuck on the terrain. Just, of course, remember that this guy does lunge and leap forward quite a lot. Like so. I should have probably been hit there. That's your opportunity to refill your magic. And one more. Perfect. Ornamental Straight Sword is a dexterity-based dual straight sword weapon. So if you one-hand it, it just acts like a normal straight sword, but if you two-hand it, it actually puts one sword in each hand. Despite the buff appearing to be holy damage, it's actually a dexterity weapon. And the shield, of course, is just a big old fat great shield. Alright, Stormhawk King, that's the quest item for Nefeli. And there's Stormhawk Dean. Alright, so, I should have said this earlier. We haven't actually been back to Round Table in a long time. After you complete Nefeli's quest here at the village of the Albinaurics, anytime that you return to Round Table Hold after that, Ensha is going to invade and attack you as soon as you get back there. So, be prepared for that. We're going to go ahead and do that now. Actually, why don't I just make sure to mark all of these completions off first. Why don't I return here? Fast travel will reset all of your potions, your wondrous physic, and everything. The first thing you want to do is as soon as you enter the round table, you want to hit your potion so that you can... I'm sorry, you want to hit your physics so you have that intelligence buff. And then you're going to be running away from him using combination of Glint Blades and Carrion Slicer. You do not want to fight this guy in melee combat. He's going to come from a door on the left. You can just run him around the table. Fortunately, he doesn't have that many hit points. That actually went really, really well. Okay, now that he's dead, you get his weapon. That's a punching weapon, and his armor is right here. Talk to Gideon about, hey, what's up with your boy attacking us? He claims, oh, he was just a rogue agent, not operating under my orders. Oh, he's such a liar. Back to Nefeli. He's actually downstairs here. Talk to Hugh along the way. It's just a little bit of lore here. He's just is praying to America.
Ah, please. It's pathetic. Ah, please. It's pathetic.
So you need to talk to her and then go back to Gideon. Ask about Nefeli.
Indeed. So I had honestly determined. I suspect a dose of...
Back to Nefeli. All of this running.
Ah, please. It's pathetic.
Give her the Stormhawk King after the dialogue.
And yet I betrayed. And to think he'd... Where is the just he once told me he would never... Was he simply... No, how could I... Father has... And now... Is that... Ah, I can smell my thanks. I don't feel still. It reminds me... Thank you.
So once she says it reminds her of her first talk, that is all of the dialogue. And this is the last time we will interact with Nefeli, Kenneth Height, or Gostock until after we have defeated the capital. As long as we're here, though, we can go ahead and take out... Actually, rest first.
I thank you. So what can I do? Are you
Oh, we can ask about Roger, of course.
You see him like he's take well. That's how you win grace.
Dialos will say that the Volcano Men decided to contact him after killing his servant. He's going to fake joining them. As you can see, he's now left to do that. We're going to jump down here and fight the NPC invader. Now, what you want to do is make sure you don't attack him until after he's finished his initial animation. That will get you the gesture, the reverential bow. But otherwise, we're going to fight this guy like we do most invaders by casting Glintblade and running away. He will heal partway through. You want to be very, very careful when this guy starts to get up close to melee range. He has a lot of very high damage attacks, doing bleed and frostbite damage. So just try your best to stay at maximum range until the glint blades take him apart. The Taunter's Tongue is a multiplayer item in case you want to invite invasions while you're a solo player. Okay, back up to the upper level. We're going to head over to, let's see, to talk to Fia next. Fia and Roger, I think. Don't forget that when you talk to Fia, she's going to give you a Baldachin's Blessing, which will lower your hit points by 5%.
you are. My, have you ever, dear Rush and the Ain't the Black Knight, along with these grand, but dear, intro about the Black. But it perhaps.
She gives you a clue about the location of a Black Knife assassin. That spot is right here. We'll get to that after we clear out the northern part. Alright. Aldegon's Blessing. Now, Rajir won't have anything new to say to you yet. You need to clear that dungeon first before you can do his part of the quest next. Let's see, which... Actually, let's go ahead and do that right now. Everything else is clear. Yeah, so, from the Bellum Church, we're going to head north up here to a site of grace, clearing a camp right here, a rune arc here, and then we're going to head up past this frenzied flame tower. All right, more running. Lots and lots and lots of running. So the main thing you need to remember is that heading up the middle of the road here, if you can see off in the distance, there are catapults. These will shoot at you and knock you off your horse, so assuming you get hit. But you want to head up over here to the edge of the cliff, number one, because for rune arc, but number two, because you don't want to be shot by catapults. So after that, we're going to jump up these rocks and... Oop, right here. Avoid the rest of the camp. Most importantly, that knight over there will cause the biggest problem. But you want to take out this guy first, because he has... Oh, looks like I was a little too slow. He has a horn to alert all the nearby soldiers. Fortunately, it seems to only affect the foot soldiers. It doesn't actually cause the knight to aggro. Anyway, take those guys out, and then you can come back and kill the knight if you want. I tend to eliminate these guys on general principle, but sometimes they can drop pieces of their armor too, so that's always nice. Oh, and ran out of spell points before the knight ran out of hit points. Okay. Now, there is one item to pick up over here. Oh. Not this item. There's actually a weapon over here. It is the Great Mace. A very, very good all-around A+ in pretty much every category. There are weapons that do things better, that are more specialized, but as far as general purpose weapons go, very difficult to top the Great Mace. It is just a great weapon. Also, if you liked Vort's Mace from Dark Souls 3, oh, come on, how did that guy not die? Ugh, problems. If you liked Vort's Mace from Dark Souls 3, then the Great Mace set to a cold affinity is almost perfect. Ugh, playing very poorly. Off your horse, sir. Thank you. Anyway, the mace is right here in this chest. Alright, moving on. Up to the site of grace. This is the Lift of Dectus. The Great Lift of Dectus. And unfortunately right now we only have half of the medallion to activate it. The other half is found in Caelid. For now, we're just going to activate the Site of Grace and get a visit from Melina.
Shall I shed in the earth to come to wallow at the fringe?
Okay. Cleared and clear. So next up we have the Frenzied Flame Tower. This is a unique mechanic not found anywhere else in the game that I'm aware of. As we get closer to the tower, a flaming ball of fire will start to ignite at the very top of it. As long as you are within line of sight of this, you will get Frenzy buildup, and Frenzy, if it gets completely full, will cause you some damage, drain some of your FP, and stagger you for a few seconds. This is very bad for most situations. So, should be able to that thing up there. Yeah. So what you want to do is just hug the side of the cliff here. Might take a little bit of damage, but we're going to catch this Spirit Spring. You want to aim for the top of the wall on the tower, right there. Now, when you're right here, you can see there are rats down below. When the rats hit you, they will also cause frenzy buildup, so this is a really bad situation. So what you want to do is aim for this platform inside the tower and just jump right there. And from up here, you can, either throw fire pots. Oh, didn't mean to use that. You can throw fire pots, or you can just shoot with glint blades. Now, a lot of times the rats will hide of line of sight. If this is a problem, just wait until you have cleared the frenzied flame at the top of the tower before you try to tangle with these guys. Doesn't look like... Nope, he's hiding right in the spot to keep him covered. Alright, there we go. Okay, so the way that you turn off the fire at the top of this tower, there are 6 regular people that are possessed by the frenzied flame. You need to kill all of them. That will permanently turn off this effect. Oh. A little bit too slow. Okay, perfect. Okay, so now from here, it's safe to collect all of the loot. And there are a couple of pieces right down the hill from here. Nothing too amazing, just some runes. Smithing stone and a yellow ember. Now, this Site of Grace right here, very easy to miss if you don't know that it's here. The golden rays that normally let you see where something is are hidden partially behind these rocks. So, that could be a little annoying. Alright, from here, go ahead and clear off all the beacons. So, most important thing we want is right here. This tree avatar drops 3 ingredients for the Wondrous Physic. Each one enhances the type of damage it's associated with. So you have holy damage, magic damage, and I believe lightning damage. So we definitely want the magic damage. That'll stack with our intelligence and everything else that's going into our build to let us do even more damage with our spells. To get there, you can go straight there from here by jumping down the cliff, but I'm going to clear out a couple of other things first. This village here, an invader, NPC invader right here, and then grab some runes. And then there's a couple of minor walking mausoleums in these two locations. Now, there's also a little side trip right around the corner of this cliff. There's a couple of items of loot, and the reason why I'm showing you this is because this is actually a very dangerous trap. As soon as you go over there to collect those items, a whole bunch of those four-armed dudes will jump out of the ground. Some of them will try to melee you, others will try to shoot you with the spirit summon bell that they use. So what you want to do is trigger the trap, and you want to focus on getting these guys dead first. They are the most dangerous because they have that homing crap. And if a bunch of them start spamming them, you'll see how dangerous it can be. You have to just keep moving. Now, when you're sprinting on the horse, you're actually faster. But as you can see, if you slow down at the wrong time, you can get staggered and potentially dismounted by the homing spirits. If that happens, you're going to be swarmed by the melee guys. Probably you're going to end up being killed. So, as I said, take out the spirit bell guys first. Try not to get too close to the melee guys. Oh. And once you got all the spirit dudes down, you can just take out the melee guys at your leisure. Oop. Okay, that should be the last one. And all of that work was for a Frenzy Flame Stone and an Eye of Yellow. The Grave Violet doesn't even drop from there. It's came from one of the kills, so a complete and total waste of time. Just a terrible, terrible trap. Put there apparently for pure spite by the developers. Who knows? Anyway, let's go ahead and clear this village. There is a bunch of regular dudes here. One more. There we go. Up behind here, there's a note about the Lord of Frenzied Flame. This is tied to the lore behind Shabriri, which, if you want to look up on YouTube, is kind of an interesting story. These guys are blocking with their shields. Okay. So this item here is a talisman. Theoretically, in multiplayer, what it does is increase the amount of threat that you generate, so it increases how likely enemies are to attack you rather than your allies. Potentially useful if you are playing a phantom where you are trying to make sure that the host of the game does not get killed too easily. I haven't seen it actually work all that well, to be honest. It's not like World of Warcraft. You can't haunt an enemy and force it to attack you, so it's, I don't know. I think there's better uses for your talisman slots. Okay, up ahead. On the way to the chapel, there is an NPC invader called Vike. He has a great spear that will inflict madness, which is also called Frenzy. he also can use a number of spells that will hit you at range. So mostly the same tactics work. Oh, they cut me off. Mostly the same tactics with Magic Wind Blade work. If you are at any risk of failing to fight this guy, you might want to actually go up here along the side first, run into the chapel, and activate the Site of Grace. That way, if you do get killed, you'll respawn right here, and your run back to get your runes will be effectively non-existent. So, now, you probably actually don't want to fight him in close range, so if at all possible, running away and creating distance is a really good idea. Alright, where did he go? There he is. Same as always in NPC invaders, they have that automatic dodge crap, so only cast 1 or 2 spells. Or if you're feeling greedy, go for 4. Okay, perfect. Fingerprint Grape and Vike's War Spear. Unfortunately, Madness does not work on anything that is not a humanoid NPC or player, so having Vike's War Spear do frenzy damage buildup it doesn't work on bosses, and it doesn't work on anything that's not human, so it's not really actually that good. Great for PvP, though. Alright, let's see. All of that's cleared. We got the ambush cleared. So I'll grab the runes, do both of these, and then we'll head to the tree avatar. Or the last piece of the Wondrous Physic. On the way, there's a couple of rats guarding a scarab that will give another incantation. This is one of the better spells for incantation builds. I believe it's called Frenzy Burst. It's basically a snipe. It is very, very long range. Does really good fire damage. And I apologize if there's explosions in the background. My neighborhood loves their fireworks this time of year. Oh. I didn't think that those flowers had that much range, but okay. So, most of these are not worth fighting. These are actually madness build-up flowers, different than the previous 2 types we fought. The regular poison ones, the magic ones that shoot the homing missiles, and now these ones which will spew, instead of a poison cloud, they'll do a madness cloud. In addition, if you set them on fire, they do this. They freak out. So, be very careful if you are using fire weapons. Normally it's a safe way to stagger and interrupt them, but against these particular types, it actually causes them to go absolutely nuts. Alright. Get all of these runes. A couple more if I can avoid the little ones. Golden Rune 7 is the big one there. And should be able to drop down... Where is it? Right over here. Nope. So, these minor walking mausoleums, all you have to do is knock the skulls off the feet, but as you can see, they also jump. You do not want to be caught in the explosion. Also, don't want to be stepped on. that one is down. Head over here to the next one. Watch out for the jump. Couple more. Also, don't get stepped on. There we go. And last, we have a small shield, the Spiral Thorn Shield. Now, over there, let's see if I can get the camera to cooperate. I don't have my bow. So, over there you can see on top of the statue that's creating a bridge, there's a guy sitting on top. These are the caveman guys that have these super sniper bows. You do not want to go over there. There's no loot. There's nothing good that they drop. It's kind of pointless to even try to fight them at all. Especially if you don't have to. Now later on, closer to when we're clearing out after Nokron and down the wells, there's a couple of these guys we'll fight, but we're going to take them out before they have a chance to shoot at us. Letting like 2 or 3 of those guys tee off on you is just a really bad idea. Okay, these guys luckily do not have the super bows, they just have regular bows. And I think 1, 2, 3 should do it. Looks like maybe 2 fully charged casts. Ooh. Yeah, perfect. The only real threat that these guys pose is if they do get up into melee range. They are a little similar to Omen in that they have a lot of poise and hyper armor with their attacks, so they can be a little irritating to get off of you once they get up into your face. So, Tree Avatar, again, doesn't do anything different than any of the other ones we've fought so far. Those same tactics. Laser beams. Oh, and he died beforehand. His effect got off though, so... Oh, he didn't die, he got staggered. Interesting. Boom, boom. Okay, so Magic Shrouded Cracked Tear, I think is the one we're looking for. Magic Shrouding Cracked Tear. Also Lightning and Holy. So, we're going to knock that off. Boom, done, 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 and done. So all we have left are the dungeon here, this cave, the Royal Revenant in the ruins here. I'll show you how to use the heal spell to easily wipe those guys out, and I believe the Deathrite bird here. Oh, need to give what's her name the eyeballs. So defeating the NPC invader, Vike, actually gives you the last stage of this. The previous one was when we defeated Edgar. So we're going to give her eyeball number 3.
Oh, now I can set aside. Delectable to sight. Not all of those people. Their own. So those noises I heard were. Sorry. I'm alright now. Don't mind me.
She was, in fact, not all right. They did not actually bother to animate that. It's just a sound effect, unfortunately. That would have been kind of funny, I think, but who knows. Anyway, pretty dark when you really get down to it. She was eating human eyeballs the whole time. Had no idea. So, quick travel back here. It will advance her quest. Actually, it's not actually that funny when I really think about it, but for some reason that interaction just, I don't know. Okay, so now she says it all makes sense. Eating the eyeballs has allowed her to see the frenzied flame in the distance, and she will be a finger maiden. So, after this she moves all the way up here to Bellum Church. You can give her the fingerprint eyeball. How she knows what this is, nobody knows. Okay, but that is the last step of the Frenzied Flame quest before the capital. So that's done. We can mark that off the list. Okay, let's do this dungeon next. And the easiest way to get there is, let's see, where are we at? There are a couple of the gravestone platforms you can jump down. Just be careful that you don't accidentally ride off the cliff. Alright, and we have a spiritual ghost kind of knight. Oh, looks like he saw me. Damn it. I was gonna say, you can actually sneak behind this guy and open the door to the dungeon first, because there's a site of grace right inside. Okay. This knight, when it hits you, does death blight, and if you get enough death blight, you just instantly die. So, having a site of grace really close by, very, very useful. This character will also tend to teleport to avoid spells, as you can see. So you kind of have, it's one of the few cases where an enemy will actually react to the spell going off instead of the spell cast. So either you have to catch him in an animation or cast multiple spells. Slicer, however, works very well. So if you haven't learned the fairly simple move set for knights yet, this is the time to learn, because we'll need it to fight this guy quickly and effectively. Alright, get away from the jelly, please. Go. Now, this is also the guy that you can farm that chest piece armor from, with the weird wings on the back. Alright, catacombs as usual of this type, full of skeletons, and we already learned how to fight skeletons. One small difference in this particular dungeon. These skeletons sometimes will not die permanently. Even if you knock them down and hit them again, they're actually being maintained by a necromancer. There's several of them throughout the dungeon. Okay, so we have the intelligence knot tier combined with the magic cracked tier. So our magic damage is going to be doing quite a lot. And we're going to need it because in this dungeon there is a full strength Black Knife Assassin that we have to fight in a very, very small room. Alright, so up ahead, takes a little bit of explaining. There are a couple of archers that will try to shoot you in the head, and these blades chopping up and down. Now you can see up above there's a little ledge with a flower on it. The way we're going to get to that is we're going to run up to where the blades come down, wait until it slashes, and then we're going to ride the blade back up while avoiding the skeletons at the same time. So, a little bit tricky sometimes. Frickin' skeletons have a really good aim. Alright, and then take out the Necromancer, which should cause the skeletons above and below to fall apart. Now, I'm kind of shooting myself in the foot here. There's... one heal potion for this assassin is going to be kind of rough. I might just come back. So I'm definitely going to need more heal potions than just one. So I'm going to finish up the dungeon normally, I guess. Okay. Oh, these skeletons, yeah, I'm definitely going to need to start with fresh heal potions. These skeletons are normal. You can just hit them and kill them as you would any other skeleton. So, right here in this fog wall is the assassin. You do have D to help you if you need. As I said, I'm going to come back. A combination of Flint Blades and Slicer will probably keep you in good stead. Slicer's probably the... I can't even really say it's the safer option. It's just going to be more effective because of how fast the assassins are. Oops. Come on. There we go. But Flint Blades also can be situationally useful against the assassins. So, up ahead there is a giant crab. Giant crabs, of course, love to do lots of damage. Fortunately, they cannot fit through the wall, so should be able to just shoot him like this. No, I'm going to have to manually aim. Unlock the camera. Watch out for that. There we go. There is one more of these, and it's going to pop up right before you grab that item over there in the corner. So, be prepared to carry and slicer. Fortunately, it should only take 4, maybe 5. But it is worth the rune arc. Okay, so this is back to the room with the big knives that are chopping down. Open this door. A couple of skeletons in here. Gonna run past them. Okay, so let's set... Probably shouldn't need that. Yeah, 4 and 5 should be good, because at this point I'm just sprinting straight to the boss. The boss of the catacomb is actually one of those creepy crypt fiend things that likes to stick to your head. He has a couple of skeletons with him as well, so your main target here is going to be to take him out as quick as possible. And when he dies, the skeletons will also die. Like that. It's very, very fast. And then we can head down to the assassin. Oop. Unfortunately, all of the skeletons we killed before are still respawned here, so gotta keep moving so the arrows don't clip you. Alright, here we go. So the benches here will provide you a little bit of leeway. The assassin will slowly start to chop through them. Sometimes you can use it to your advantage. I wouldn't plan on it. That's your opportunity right there to heal up. The spin attack followed by the dash. Oh, so that hits you and also lowers your maximum hit points. Oh, it looks like he got stuck. There's the dash attack. This fight will take a lot of practice. Assassins are not easy to fight as a sorcerer because of how quick they are, how much they move around, and how much damage they do. There's a grab attack. Okay. Highly, highly, highly recommend that if you are struggling with this fight, use D to help. He will absolutely provide you enough breathing room to be able to get your spells off. To heal, to refill your FP, whichever you want. Okay, so now that that's done, we can go back to the round table. We're going to talk to Fia and D and Rogier. First, we're going to show Rogier or Rogier, however you pronounce it.
Always so.
Black knife print.
They say the group in the knives they please. I'd love nothing. Though own traces of the half my
Quick fast travel here will advance his quest dialogue.
my examination. Now Luna, demigod, hers was truly, but if Rani, then she should.
So now that he has been given that, he wants you to go find Rani the Witch.
Rani's where, but I suspect. Do you know of the very notion by D's account? But truth be, you may find this, but I discovered these soul. If Luna, then she should. Would you be willing? She may have written the royal cup. Yes, if Dean knew, he would surely, or perhaps, but no need to. I can tell her good.
Okay, so, I'm not sure D has anything to say at this point. No, he doesn't. We already cleared that dialogue. So next will be Fia.
Would you like now? He must be at anchors you to Dira.
And she gives you a sacrificial twig. Okay, so I think what we have left is the Deathrite bird and... Oh, that's right, we need to do the Royal Revenant. This breaks outside of the whole sorcery only thing just a little bit, but it's good to know this tactic. in case you do need it for later. So, urgent heal does not work. You need to buy the actual heal spell. You notice we don't have enough faith to use it.
May the golden order.
As a astrologer start, we only start with 7 faith. So what you want to do is equip +5. That'll bring you right to 12. And you need to also equip a sacred seal. Doesn't matter which one. For healing, it all works the same. And memorize. Put that heal spell right there. Okay. Head up here to the site of Grace next to Iji. And right here in this hidden floor, we have a dungeon, the fog wall. Really? Okay, not that it's going to matter. So, get the heal spell ready. Make sure you have the seal ready as well. You won't need any other buffs for this. This is very fast and easy. The one thing you should know when casting the heal spell is that you can hold it down, which will delay the activation. Don't do that. Just click it to cast. So run right up in the middle of the room. Don't need a target or anything. Bang. And then cast once again. It'll try to teleport away. It'll still get hit. So it is that easy to deal with those guys. And this works everywhere you find them, no matter what part of the game you're in. Oh, frozen needle. Go ahead and get rid of this. Put our talisman back on. And done. Okay. Next up, we've got the cave here, which will lead us to Altus Plateau. We're going to kill everything in the place, but we are actually not going to take the elevator up to Altus Plateau just yet. Once again, lots and lots of running. Along the way, there is a Cuckoo Knight if you want to try to get another piece of armor. The best place to farm that, however, is next to where the Knights Cavalry was, outside Bellum Church. There's like 4 or 5, I think there's 5, of those knights that you can just farm continuously. Another golden seed. Always want more of those. And over in this corner, there is a scarab guarded by several bats. Now you can't see them because they're hiding around the corner right here. The Barbaric Roar increases the damage and animations for your R2 melee attacks. Okay, quick rest here to remove heal from the spell list, since we don't need it anymore. And heading up this dungeon, this is effectively another mine. There's lots of miners in here. There are also the little short guys, what do they call them? The vulgar militia. And I think that's mostly it. A couple of bats higher up near the top. Nothing that's going to be even remotely dangerous to us. Oh, I probably should have changed my flasks back to 2 and 7, but that's okay. There's actually another site of grace partway through this dungeon, so I'll do it then. Alright. Smithing stones. Guys that die in one hit. Okay, so these guys right here. Let's see if they die in one shot. Perfect. The one thing I'll say about these guys is they do drop their armor set, and the helmet they have goes with damn near any piece of armor in the game as far as fashion. Alright, don't land on these little spiky balls on the ground, because if you do, they spit poison out. There's one more guy right behind the barrel here. Trying to be slick. Alright, partway up, there is an item right there. We're going to run and jump. And the drop back down is right here. And we're going to have to pull the lever and wait for the elevator to come all the way back down. Any day now. Alright, let's see if I can equip some gloves yet. Nice. Finally, actually wearing a full set of armor. Okay. More miners. More vulgar militia right here. There's one also directly behind me. And one more right back there. Okay. We have an exploding scarab. Enjoy the view. I don't know why they give you soft cotton here. Maybe they're trying to troll you into jumping. There is no safe jump from here. Just don't do it. And a site of grace so I can reset the flask charges. Back to... I'll do 3 and 6. Alright, lots and lots of bats up ahead. Even more bats. Oh, I expected him to die in one hit. That was weird. And yet more bats. Let's see, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't remember what triggers them all to come down, but take this guy first. Oh, he should have run into the spell there. That was unfortunate. And these ones don't mess around. If you don't kill them quickly, they will spew poison, they'll throw things at you, they'll shoot homing spirits, all sorts of nastiness. Alright, one more. Oh, make sure to get all the smithing stones. Alright, small jump across here. Okay, so there is a bat right up there designed to come down as soon as you move up here. And the reason why this squiddy is even here is to mess with your lock against this thing. Be very, very careful when you're dodging bats, by the way. Don't dodge off the cliff. Oops. Good job. Always wasting spell points. Alright, we are almost to the end of the level. One quick side trip up here and across the walkway. There's one of these giant squiddy dudes over there. I recommend you can either do it with Slicer up close, or you can fire a bunch of glint blades. At this point I've got enough spell points left over. I'm just going to use the glint blade method, because this thing has a tendency to not die initially, or not get stun locked by your slicers, which can be very, very annoying. But we'll see what happens here. Takes very little damage unless you hit it directly in the face. The closer to the beak, the better. Oh, and it's dance break so I can get him before he gets back up. Come on. There we go. Okay. The Serpent God Curved Sword. Not a very good curved sword, but it has the passive effect of anytime something dies nearby, just like the Sacrificial Axe, you will get a small refund of health instead of FP. Theoretically, I guess you could dual wield those too, but using different weapon types in each hand is usually not a good idea. Alright, we have 3 flasks left, and we need to kill These things are here literally just to make it harder to lock targets, I swear. Okay, I'm going to sneak around this side, actually. Three heavies, 2 quicks should do the job. 1, 2... Perfect. Same thing with this one. The angle might be bad, though. Nope. Oh. Run into melee to finish. Perfect. Yeah, those two together can be a really bad time if you don't kill them quickly. Alright, a couple of items here before we finish up the dungeon. Another rune arc, a Lost Ash of War right here. Careful not to fall off. And the boss is Makar, the Magma Worm. Or Makar, not sure how to pronounce that. We have a couple of options here. Fortunately, there's a Site of Grace readily available. Now, if you talked to the prawn guy, he will be here to summon. Blackguard. Great Horned Tragoth you want to summon because he gives you a gesture. Theoretically, if you've done Millicent's quest in Caelid, she will actually also be here to help you. Kind of an odd one to show up at this place, but is what it is. So, gives you the gesture. I'm going to go ahead and dismiss him right away. And then the Fireworm. Pretty easy. All you want to do is just play the long game. This is a bit of a marathon fight because this guy has a lot of hit points. The main danger is when he slithers at you, he will knock you down. Like when he's doing this, he will knock you down and damage you. So you need to be sprinting away from him until he stops doing that. Sometimes he does 2, sometimes he does 3. The whole time you need to avoid running into the lava. Now, aiming at his head does more damage. Oh, haven't seen him do that in a while. He does have ridiculously long reach with that sword, so watch for the telegraphs. Again, anytime you think you might be hit, you probably will be. Once we've got him staggered, hopefully in a little bit here, we'll go into phase 2 at 50%, and then we can really just unload on him. Here we go. Could be it right here. I guess not. Oh, there it is. That's the animation for phase 2. Ideally, he dies before... Nope. But once he's down, he'll take forever to get back up, and you can just fire off on him. Now, as a melee build, that guy's a lot harder. But for us, proper tactics and technique wins the day every time. Alright, where are we at? Level 45. So, I think that's good for the end of Liurnia. We have one last boss to fight right here. This guy is a pain in the ass. Really, really, really a pain in the ass. Only comes up at night. And I went to the wrong Site of Grace. Oh, no I didn't. Yep. Jump right down here. How much time do we have? It is morning, so I'm going to have to rest. Set it back to nighttime. So, the Deathrite bird operates very similar to the regular death birds, with an added extremely dangerous part. The Deathrite bird will spam attacks that do cold damage and fire damage. In particular, it does a ground slam that shoots out in 4 directions, leaving fire on the ground. If you get hit by this for some reason, it hits you twice. You'll take, well, actually technically 3 times. You'll take damage from the fire, and then you'll also take damage from the frostbite buildup. And a lot of times you'll just get 1 shot. There's not really a good way to predict when it happens. You're just going to have to, unfortunately, deal with it. But otherwise, the tactics are relatively the same. We're going to stay on the horse for the most part, run away at maximum range, and really just unload as many glint blades on this thing as possible. If this guy gives you any trouble coming back at higher level with a better staff, higher levels, more intelligence, 100% recommended. Anyway, let's see if we can get this done quickly and easy. So that fire on the ground, that is your main risk. Okay, this one you have to actually run in. Oh, a little dangerous. Ow. One hit, you saw how much damage that did because of that bug I mentioned with the double hit. That's what happens. It's really, really dangerous. It's really bad. Now, holy damage does work very well against these guys. If you are playing a melee build, I highly recommend you can set your weapon to the Sacred Blade Ash of War and really just light him up. Looks like we're doing pretty good here, though. Gotta watch that stamina, because you do not want to run out. Oh, no, don't get stuck on that. Ooh, that could have been it right there. Couple more. When he does this, you just have to keep running. Get out of the range of it. On. Couple more. Okay. Whew. Came within a couple of pixels of death there. Anyway, final boss of Liurnia. He is definitely the hardest of anything else in this place. But, let's see. Make sure I didn't miss anything. We did all of the Frenzied Flame with Hayata. Got those. We did that. We gave the Ash to Nefeli. Oh, almost forgot. We did get the Glintstone Key. Let's go ahead and go through the gate. Technically, I guess this is part of Raya Lucaria. I like to do it as part of Liurnia, however. Light of Grace. And then over here, we have our next encounter with Yura, the Hunter of Bloody Fingers. We're actually going to help him fight an invader. This guy is not as hard as Nerigis, but he is a little annoying. Cuts your potions in half, though, so keep in mind you've only got 3 instead of 6. Fortunately, because he's fighting Yura, you can use fully charged casts. Should help with the damage output pretty well. Occasionally, he will switch targets to you. If that's the case, simply run over to Yura and let him interfere. Now, it is possible sometimes that Yura actually gets killed here. If that happens, you can simply restart the invasion and do it again. After this is done, he will be right next to where you finish with the loading screen. Make sure you do talk to him and exhaust his dialogue.
Ah, that bloody thing. Here's a token. I'm dying. Yeah, she is the Durin spy. If she comes, there is no shit. Be on a harp swing.
Alright, perhaps we will meet again if fate permits. And then another golden seed. This should actually take us up a level to 10 total. Although we may need 3 to finish that upgrade. But anyway, that is all of Liurnia. It takes forever, as I said. Next up, we will do Carrion Manor. So, level 45, still using the Meteorite Staff and the Glint Blade Staff. All of these armor pieces are fashioned. You just want to stay in light equipment load. Same thing with the talismans. Again, it's up to you. Do you want maximum health or more equipment load? Use the Arsenal Charm, etc., etc. But so far, we are doing pretty good. We only have a couple more pieces left to add to our talismans to really start doing good damage. All of which are available later on. So, let me double check the potions, see if I can upgrade. Ah, excellent. So we're up to 10 now. So 4 and 6, more than enough for anything we have at this point in the game, and we are good to go. So, that's Liurnia, guys. Once again, my name is Cowdog. Hopefully you've enjoyed seeing how to play Sorcery so far. We've got a lot left to do, and so I will go ahead and see you in the next video.